he won at Brighton next time out. He's only had the 5 runs, so he could definitely have more to offer. Comes from stall 1, so he's on a bit of a wing on the assumption they come up the middle again.
Yeah. Stratus 9 for Hugo Palmer and Jason Hart. Jason looking for a second winner of the day after taking the opening race, of course. He just looks like a horse that might have improved. Quite liked him physically, but quite a lot of horse there. And I wonder if in 3 months off he has found a bit of improvement, because he was consistent in his first 3 starts, 2 close-up defeats and then a win up at Ayr. Now, it's all on different ground conditions, so that's an unknown for him, but just looked like the type of horse that might yet do better. And physically, I think he looks more one for this sort of trip than an out-and-out sprinter necessarily.
And that's backed up by his pedigree as well. I know he's by far above who was a sprinter, but his dad was a winner over 9. He's a half-brother to Dual Identity, who ironically runs here tomorrow in the mile and a quarter handicap. So pedigree suggests he'll improve for the trip. And I think if you had to pick one single piece of form, he's got the best of the lot. You go back to his debut here at the back end of May. He was second behind Araby, who's come out and won a Group 3 and a Group 2. He was beaten the neck by him. The third, Simmering, she's come out and won a Group 2 and a Group 3, second in a Moyglare. So to divide those two strictly on that piece of form, it could just take a bit of beating. Whether he's been off for just to give him time to mature, it's possible. We haven't seen him since early July, but form-wise, I thought he'd probably have the best to offer.
Yeah, he was an interesting enough runner. Big Sip is going on to turf for the second time in his career, and he's back down in trip a little bit today, but he's by Cracksman, and these ground conditions could suit.
Yeah, again, Cracksman really enjoyed plenty of cut in the ground. Still a maiden after 3 starts. He's rated 80, so that would give him a bit to find, but he's never raced on soft ground. He may well improve for the conditions. Second last time we saw him, that was at Kempton behind Marbush. PJ McDonald, Andrew Baldwin, it's been a pretty lethal combination this season. I think 7 from 21, so they team up quite a bit this afternoon, but yeah, you certainly wouldn't discount him.
Mr. Fantastic could be a pace angle. He's out wide in 13.
Yeah, I thought there was potentially loads of pace. I could find at least half a dozen. He made old, didn't he, when he won last time out? Got off the mark at the 4th attempt. That was on the all-weather at Newcastle. Prior to that, he'd been second at Ascot on soft ground behind Law of Design, who wasn't disgraced, I didn't think, in the Royal Lodge. He's rated 91, so again, he's got form on soft ground.
Other pace angles include the likes of Imperial Trooper, who's made the running on regular occasions in the past. Pelletry, another one. Praetorian has led, probably more likely to be just in behind them, you would have thought here. Nahash has made the running on his most recent start, so quite a few of them, as you say, that can go forward.
Yeah, and that really hopefully will play into the hands of Amilot, really. The stronger they go, or the harder they go, that should really carry him into the race. He comes from stall 11. We'll see where they go, but I think they'll probably come away from that far rail once they turn in.
Interesting race in prospect. Most of them are locked away. We've got 3 left to load forward. Stall 2 is empty. That is Pelletry. Stall 10 is yet to be filled. That is Obsidian Dream. And stall 14 and Mirabeau is the other one that is out of line. Let's get back to Stuart.
And Amelot upset in the stalls. Hector Crouch has had to jump off his back. It's had an effect on Mr. Fantastic in 13, but Hector Crouch is currently off the back of Amelot, who was in stall 11, but I think is just being backed out by the looks of things. So just a slight hold up here with the favourite Amelot having been taken out of the stalls. Now we've got Pelletry walking around out the back. Obsidian Dream is still to go into stall 10. But stall 11 that had Amelot doesn't have him anymore. So Amelot withdrawn to confirm, not with them. So it'll only be 14 with the pre-race favourite withdrawn. Hold on to your tickets. If you've backed him, you will be entitled to a refund. There'll be more to follow on that after the race. Obsidian Dream into stall 10, just taking a while. Pelletry into stall 2 is going to be the last. We're almost ready now, that's it. they're off. 14 of them. They've gone without Amelot, withdrawn down at the start. There's the British EBF £100,000 2-year-old final. Obsidian Dream up with the early leaders. So too Praetorian in a beige jacket. Stratus 9 in the very pale silks is Handy, and Mr. Fantastic in the yellow out wide. And it's Mr. Fantastic, Stratus 9 and Praetorian who dispute it to the end of a quarter of a mile. Chased by Obsidian Dream in a white jacket, inconspicuous in the purple and then the grey Mirabeau, with Pelletry cutting the corner. The yellow silks away to the right on straightening. Bear Code in the green and yellow is in midfield, with Imperial Trooper in the dark blue. Further back to Peter the Wolf and then Nahash. Prosperitas is towards the rear of the field with Big Sip, and last of all Sir David in the pink silks. Gone beyond halfway, they're inside the final 3 furlongs. Up ahead, probably just about Stratus 9 in the very pale colours. Over Praetorian in a beige jacket. Pelletry with a white cap on the right is joining in. On the left, the grey Mirabeau plugging on under pressure. Stratus 9 and Pelletry with a furlong and a half to go from Praetorian. Mirabeau is still getting there slowly towards the left of the group. Then Obsidian Dream, few others landing a blow. Inside the furlong they come. Mirabeau now poking his grey nose ahead from Stratus 9, Pelletry and Obsidian Dream. Mirabeau being driven out by Tanny Tudhope is doing best here, and Mirabeau grinds it out to win the British EBF final over Stratus 9, Pelletry, Obsidian Dream. Prosperitas never nearer. They go right back to the trailers, including Mr. Fantastic and Inconspicuous.
Mirabeau wins for Dominic French-Davis and Danny Tudhope, and has followed up that win at Brighton last time out, where he showed an ability to handle slow ground, this son of territories, and he's seen this race out well. Here they are from the start. He breaks from a wide gate in stall 14, and he edged more towards this side, which might mean that they start coming this way through the course of the afternoon. I don't know one way or the other what'll work out on that front, but Danny managed to just pop him out and get into a handy enough slot early. The pace is a relatively well contested one, but they're all trying to just be sensible in front, aren't they, and hold their horses together, and ultimately the pace has held up okay, really.
It appeared to be, yeah. They've made a beeline for the middle of the track. Mr. Fantastic was prominent. Stratus 9, who we hadn't seen since early July, he was also ridden forward by Jason Hart with the grey horse, who was a winner at Brighton last time out. On his third racecourse appearance, he just still showed signs of inexperience when Danny Tudhope first went for him, but he picks up well down this near side. He'd won in soft ground at Brighton last time out. He'd had quite a lengthy break from his debut run at Newbury back in the spring, but he's clearly improving with racing, like his sire. He enjoys cutting the ground, and he's picked up well down this near side.
Has picked up well, and he's got the better of Jason Hart's mount, who was never far away from the gallop for much of the race. He's just been denied a double on the day, but I think that is a step forward really from Stratus 9.
Yeah, I think it is. He certainly hasn't had a problem with the conditions. I think he's got the trip well enough as you know, he's probably got the pace to drop back in trip, but he's seen out the 7 well enough. First run since July. He still remains a promising horse for the future, and I thought James Owen's horse as well, Pelletry, who's got a bit more experience. He'd had 4 starts beforehand. He was never too far off the gallop. He's run a solid race as well.
He has, but it's Mirabeau and Danny Tudhope for Dominic French-Davis that takes this 100 grand final and lands a nice pot for Connections, and there he is on his way back in.
We're Red and Blue is in 6 as they take the turn by the stables, and Palacio just wandered around a little bit going into that turn, and he's still got a lead of about 4 lengths as now he meets the rising ground. Palacio and Dylan Johnston clear of Catboy, Harry Cobden racing in second, Clap of Thunder, Sam Twiston Davis in third as they climb the hill. A break then of about 2.5 lengths to Le Fauvre, who is racing now into 4th position, followed by Friendship on the inside, who is now in 5th. We're Red and Blue is in 6, and then there's a break of about 1.5 lengths to on the inside, Golden Identity, who is racing in midfield. 3 Zambezis, a little bit wide to into that one. They're then being followed by River Run Free, who has Diamond Geezer for company as they go over the first of four down the back. And there we lost We're Red and Blue, who blundered and unseated the rider. So We're Red and Blue out of the race is already the leader. Palaccio is over the next. So they're going now on towards the third of the four flights taken down the back straight. Palacio stands off it, jumps it well, and he's still clear of his field. It is now Clap of Thunder who has moved into second position. Lefebvre has now taken third. In fourth place is Catboy, who's just lost his place at the moment. Then Friendship as they go over the final flight taken down the back straight. So on now towards the long downhill sweep towards the far turn. And still it is Palacio on his hurdling debut who is clear of his field. In company with the loose horse, it's Clap of Thunder who is in second. He's got a break of about 3 lengths over Lefebvre, who has now stayed on into third and is beginning to close. Then there's a further 6 lengths to Friendship on the inside of Catboy in fourth and fifth positions. Golden Identity is next. Golden Identity is being followed by River Run Free and then Diamond Geezer as they go into the turn. After Diamond Geezer, there's a real break opening up then to the rest. At the moment, the back of the field, Jukebox Joker has passed one. That is 3 Zambesis as pulling up on that far turn is Catboy. Catboy has been pulled up by Harry Cobden with around about 5 furlongs to go. So it is Palacio who has got the lead. He's being chased now in second by Clap of Thunder, in third by Lefebvre as they go over the third last. Then there's a break opening up to Friendship, who jumped that one in fourth position. In fifth on the inside, Golden Identity, and then Diamond Geezer totally tailed off the others who were headed by River Run Free. Down now towards the second last flight, still around about 3 furlongs to go, and it is Palacio who comes to it, wings it, jumps it really well. Staying on now into second is Friendship, who's definitely rallying. Then Lefebvre, who is in third. In fourth is Clap of Thunder. Down inside the final quarter of a mile, still on towards the final flight taken at the bottom of the hill. Palacio has a lead of 5 lengths. Friendship is now in hot pursuit in second as they cross over the final flight. Palacio didn't get very high, but a slight peck on landing by Friendship did not help his score. Now beginning to hang across towards the standside rail, but it is Palacio who makes all to win over Friendship in second. Lefebvre will be third, and in fourth place was Clap of Thunder.
runner field covered by 8 lengths, and it's Impero, Whispering Hopes, and then in the trenches being smuggled into the race, Ravelli, Hangry. Perfect timing races with Hydra de la Luna inside the final half mile, and it's Impero by 3 parts to Whispering Hopes, a length to Ravelli, and then a half to in the trenches as they jump that hurdle that'll bring them back on the downhill run. That was the second last behind them, and it's Impero to Whispering Hopes. The top 2 in the betting, 2 and 3rd in the trenches, and then Ravelli, Hangry, perfect timing, Hydra de la Luna as they make the run towards the final quarter mile in the Toll Bookmakers maiden hurdle, and Whispering Hopes Rangers looms large in the wing mirrors of our long-time leader Impero, and it's Whispering Hopes and Impero down towards the final hurdle as they take off and land together, and Whispering Hopes and Impero quicker through the air and as they straighten up, it's Impero to Whispering Hopes, and then in the trenches are Ravelli as they settle down to battle it out, and it's now Impero by 3 parts of length to Whispering Hopes is not going away, but Impero picks up and finds more to Whispering Hopes inside the final 100, and Impero, Whispering Hopes in the trenches, and then Ravelli, but going away at the end is Impero. Impero pushed out, another winner for trainer Keane Collins, second Whispering Hopes, and then in 3rd in the trenches Ravelli.
20% of what they've been paying for some this week.
Can I make a case for ecstatic?
You can,
Well, my case for ecstatic is the fact that...
as long as it's a good one.
Well, I think it's quite a good case. I think in the May Hill Stakes, she did pretty well because she virtually sat down in the stalls right on her haunches, and I felt she was minded a little bit in the early stage of the race. Run Moore looked down a couple of times, made the challenge out on the flank, and she came there to half win her race, and then she didn't appear to get home. Now, it could be a combination of the two things. She's dropped back to 7 furlongs. In addition, when she was entered here in the Rockfell, declared in the Rockfell, Ryan Moore was going to ride her and not Bubbling. In the end, she was pulled out because the ground was too soft. Moore got on Bubbling. Bubbling hacked up. In fact, they thought that she was the number one string. Rather made me think that 7 to 1 was quite a big price here.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
So how good was my case?
Yeah, it was very good. It was very good, actually.
You're surprised, aren't you?
A
It's almost like I've done some work on it.
You do surprise me from time to time, Nick. But yeah, no, I'd actually forgotten that she was going to run in the Rockfell. But that's a good point as well, and I agree. Coming back to 7 certainly won't be a problem for her. She looked more threatening for a long way.
Put it like this: should she be twice the price of Flight?
Probably not. No. Flight had a good position through the May Hill and no excuses. She ran very well, but she wasn't any better than the results.
And the nicely bred First Instinct out of Proportional, Tom Marquand for William Hagger. She's unbeaten too.
Yeah, and she's a filly that will definitely appreciate going up to this distance for the first time. I'm just a little bit worried about the start for her. Both starts she's kind of been quite slow into her stride and got a little bit further back than you ideally want on this track, but she might just be switching on with her racing. Third career start now, and the trip will definitely help her because she's won despite running over 6 furlongs the last twice.
A smart edition, it looks, of the Godolphin Lifetime Care Oh So Sharp Stakes. Just how smart, we'll find out in a few moments' time, and we'll do so in the company of Ian Bartlett.
Ready? They're off. A race with 7 furlongs to chip. Here as they come out of the starting stalls. Early on, Nana in company with Ecstatic, and also a free-going First Instinct on the extreme right is Cathedral. Right in behind those, Mondura. Troya's furthest from us, just in behind Ecstatic. At this stage, Magical Trail is the back marker. Merrily in Purple's a bit keen, a little ahead of her, in company with Miss Fascinator. So they settle down, and the black and rose jacket of First Instinct sets the pace by about a length. Cathedral, the violet colours, about 2 or 3 from the right is close. Troya in the beige of the blue.
Space.
Of First Instinct, and so much so she's gone through to the lead. Cathedral takes it up now. Merrily on the right coming there. Flight, Ecstatic the next pair, weakening behind those First Instinct, and then Mondura. Merrily is coming to challenge Cathedral. Flight in the light blue is behind him in 3rd place, and Merrily now, and the purple and white colours of Wayne Lorden has got the lead as they race to the line. Cathedral trying to get to her, but Merrily is going to win to Cathedral. Behind these was Flight, and Troya running on into 4th place over Ecstatic.
It's the other Ballydoyle. It's Wayne Lorden and Merrily that have sprung a surprise in the Godolphin Lifetime Care. In the Derek Smith colours, co-owned, of course, by Sue Magna and
handicap, a mile and 3/4, the full Ebor distance ahead of them. Who's Glen? White Jacket, one of the first to break the line. Filibustering in the beige is handy. Minstrel Knight in the green and white likewise, and Forest Gate is caught fairly wide as they move through the first quarter mile, and it's Minstrel Knight who has the early front running role. They go along in these rain softened conditions at around about 33 miles an hour in the early part of the race, with the Reverend, the short price favourite, dropped in towards the inner in the royal blue and white. He's tracking Who's Glen. Caprello with the striped sleeves racing alongside the Reverend, and the grey Master Builder is the early back marker as they head. Setting just a sensible pace at this stage, still a little over 30 miles an hour. Filibustering tracking the pace with Forest Gate in the green and orange under Charlie Bishop racing in third, just a half length in advance of Who's Glen. And then Caprello, striped sleeves for Holly Doyle in advance of the Reverend, Callum Rodriguez, and Master Builder and Danny Tudhope racing at the back of the field. Moving on now towards the mile marker at a still even gallop. And that gallop continues to be set by Minstrel Knight, with little more than 5 lengths covering the 7-strong lineup. Filibustering in the beige and royal blue sitting in second. Who's Glen, meanwhile, racing on the near side of Forest Gate. Caprello is wide of the Reverend, and Master Builder remains last of all. Through halfway in the William Hill Finale Stakes, and Minstrel Knight allowed to do things on his own terms in front, the others sitting, waiting in behind. Filibustering still in closest attendance. They begin the swing back towards home, 3/4 of a mile to travel. Minstrel Knight over Filibustering, Who's Glen in a white jacket on the inner of Forest Gate. Caprello wide of the Reverend, and Master Builder looking on, with Danny Tudhope removing one pair of goggles. Little change in the order. It will develop up the straight. They're heading now for the final half mile. Get an idea when they come in of where they want to race off the bend at this time. And Minstrel Knight brings them in, and they stay at this stage just a little closer to the inside running row. Minstrel Knight over Filibustering on the near side, getting into it. And then the Reverend on the far side, shadowing Who's Glen. Master Builder, the grey, beginning to make very smooth progress down the centre of the course, coming to join the leading line. Forest Gate, a little bit short of daylight in the green and orange. So on down now to the last quarter mile. Minstrel Knight Filibustering, Master Builder on the left. The Reverend on the right is being asked for more. There are almost 4 in a line with a furlong and a half to go, but Minstrel Knight is pulling out more here, trying to fend them off. Master Builder challenging, just had Minstrel Knight running into his path. Minstrel Knight drifts right across to the rail, but has gone 2 lengths clear from Master Builder, Filibustering and the Reverend, and Minstrel Knight is going to make every inch under a well-judged ride from Aidan Keeley. Minstrel Knight wins the William Hill Finale over Filibustering. Close for third between Master Builder, the Reverend and Who's Glen, and then back to Forest Gate and Caprello.
It's the Haydock 1-2, Minstrel Knight and Filibustering, that have led them home again. Rising the weights, no barrier to Minstrel Knight, who clearly relishes this trip and relishes this ground. And as Stuart said in commentary, a well-judged ride from Aidan Keeley in front. He came to challenge from the back of the field. Master Builder made good progress to get himself involved, but then he flattened out as the winner found more, kicked on and saw it out strongly. They steadily drifted across to this side of the track, and the winner ends up right under the stand side rail in the end. But it was that Haydock form that was key, Mark.
It was, yeah, very progressive horse, Minstrel Knight. He improved for going 1 mile and 6 for the first time at Haydock, where he beat Filibustering by 5 lengths. Not quite 5 lengths today, but again he's just continued his progression. Handicapper put him up £7 for that performance, but he got a canny ride from the front, as you say, by Aidan Keeley, who was on board last time out, and he just ups the tempo in the home straight. Interested, he's ended up on this near side rail, so we'll see if that theme continues for the rest of the afternoon. But he's a progressive horse. He's just got better as the season's gone on, as he's gone up in distance.
Yeah, he clearly has a lot of stamina there, and he just loves this ground. You can see by the way that he moves how comfortably he goes through it.
He does, yeah. He's sort of done it on his own terms, hasn't he? But the further he's gone, the better he's looked.
The flag is raised. Walking in, and they're off. This is the Capital windscreens in memory of Aaron Jones EBF Mayor's National Hunt Novice Hurdle. Regatta de Blanc on the inside, of Fireball Frenzy in the front wave, with Longhouse Legacy going to touch down just in front as they go over flight number 1, at which there was a mistake by Formal Park, who may have been slightly hampered going into that flight. The rider has lost an iron and is now racing last but one, only Pismo Beach behind, as they go on now towards flight number 2. Longhouse Legacy has the lead to Regatta de Blanc, who took that flight in second position, and then Chica Supreme was over in third, and down at that flight of hurdles is Springs a Girl. Springs a Girl has gone at flight number 2. The rider, Sean Bowen, very quickly up on his feet. So down the hill, on now towards flight number 3, Longhouse Legacy and Regatta de Blanc, the first two. Roxtown Girl moving through now to be more prominent. Took that flight in fourth position, just in behind Chica Supreme. That leading group followed by Fireball Frenzy, who's racing in fifth. Dame of the Cotswolds, the yellow cap, towards the near side. Over on the far side is Sandarina. Next is My Louise. Then there's a break of about a length and a half back to Cherry Brave. After Cherry Brave, that one's stable mate is Hill of Scariff, as the leader is hampered badly by the loose horse. Longhouse Legacy has almost been carried out by the loose horse going into the stable turn, but now rejoins Regatta. So Longhouse Legacy and Jack Quinlan on the inside. Regatta de Blanc in the hands of Harry Cobden are the first two. They're then being followed by Loose Horse comes to join them. Racing in fifth position is Fireball Frenzy, followed by Dame of the Cotswolds, and then Sandarina, the very pale pink colours. Next is My Louise as they head down the back straight. After My Louise is Cherry Brave, and then Hill of Scariff and Missy Mole as they now race the first of the four flights taken in quick over that flight. They are all safely over. The back marker now is Royal Malinas. Also still towards the rear of the field is Arctic Angel, who now is overall back marker as they go over the next, at which there was a mistake by Cherry Brave. Another one who is still towards the rear of the field is Pismo Beach, together with the one who blundered at the first flight, Formal Park. Over the next flight of hurdles, and the leader is Longhouse Legacy. To Regatta de Blanc out wide now, racing in second. Roxtown Girl, the star jacket between horses, Fireball Frenzy, as they go now on towards the final flight, which is taken down the far side. So over that one, and it is Longhouse Legacy who leads the way. A line of three in behind. Regatta de Blanc towards the outside. A Fireball Frenzy between mares. Towards the inside, Roxtown Girl. Those are the first four. They're covered by only 2 lengths. Dame of the Cotswolds, a further length and a half away, racing in fifth. On the outside, Chica Supreme is in sixth. My Louise racing in seventh. Sandarina is in eighth. A further 2.5 lengths next to Hill of Scariff, who moves up towards the outside of Cherry Brave and Missy Mole. And now they're going into that far turn. One who's trying to improve is the grey Royal Malinas, who's been in rear for much of the race, but is now beginning to pass one or two. Pismo Beach is still just about in the picture, but is struggling, and totally tailed off at the back of the field is Arctic Angel. So now they go into the turn and racing now on towards the next flight of hurdles. So the leader is Longhouse Legacy. Longhouse Legacy, who has got the lead to Roxtown Girl, and on the inside, Dame of the Cotswolds. Regatta de Blanc now being ridden towards the wide outside as they go over the third from home. Regatta de Blanc moving up now, and now to challenge the leader, Roxtown Girl, with Dame of the Cotswolds back in third. Pulling up his Arctic Angel. They're racing now down towards the final 3 furlongs of the final 2 flights of hurdles. Roxtown Girl and James O'Sullivan over on the far side, travelling better than Regatta de Blanc and Harry Cobden, but a mistake by Roxtown Girl, the leader at the second from home. So they're now beginning to make the run down the hill inside the final quarter of a mile. Roxtown Girl has the lead over Regatta de Blanc and Dame of the Cotswolds. Those are the first 3. They are about 12 lengths clear of Sandarina, who is in 4th, and in 5th, My Louise. Down towards the final flight, it's Roxtown Girl, crashes away through the final flight. It checks her momentum. It gives Dame of the Cotswolds a chance now towards the near side. A half furlong to go on the flat. Roxtown Girl is digging in, now begins to go clear and up towards the line. Roxtown Girl for a second win over hurdles. Dame of the Cotswolds was in 2nd, Regatta de Blanc was in 3rd, Sandarina was 4th, and My Louise was 5th.
As they make their way down towards hurdle number 4, and it's Rockview Roman, 3 flat wins to his name. 2 in 2nd place, Tell Nobody Nothing, who won in a second attempt on the racetrack 3 weeks ago here at Downpatrick over course and distance, and then a break of about 2.5 lengths to Hey Sunshine, who got on the scoreboard in Kilbeggan on his last run in the maiden hurdle, to Disco Dancer in behind. 2 wins already on it to his name. Then Tell Me This, a winner 2 runs ago in Ballinrobe, and then comes Mercury Mission in rear, yet to get into the winner's enclosure, but it will happen. Rockview Roman had a look at the wing, and decanting on the turf, Ben Harvey. The horse just jinking out from underneath the rider, giving him no chance. Ben walking away unscathed. But our leader, and handed the lead there with the ducking out of Rockview Roman, is Tell Nobody Nothing to Tell Me This. Hey Sunshine has lost a couple of lengths. Disco Dancer is still in rear. Continues to be Mercury Mission. Uphill once again they race, and the horse with the yellow breastplate along the rails, Tell Nobody Nothing. White sleeves on its outside, Tell Me This. Disco Dancer, Hey Sunshine, Mercury Mission. No questions asked by any of the riders, and just slightly chancy in rear was Mercury Mission, but Tell Nobody Nothing leads the field. 5 lengths covers top to tail. 2 in 2nd, Tell Me This. Disco Dancer, Hey Sunshine, Mercury Mission, as they make their way towards the final half mile. In the Northern Ireland On-Course Bookmakers Association Novice Handicap Hurdle, Tell Nobody Nothing by a half length to Tell Me This. Hey Sunshine just been asked for an effort, and then Disco Dancer, but Tell Nobody Nothing trying to extend the advantage over the chasing pack, and is 2 lengths to the good over Disco Dancer. Tell Me This trying to keep him in. Hey Sunshine in 4th place, and then Mercury Mission, who's just got caught flat-footed, but Tell Nobody Nothing, Disco Dancer. The loose horse Rockview Roman, company for Tell Nobody Nothing down towards the final hurdle.
You're going to get enough good efforts and bag a load of prize money.
Yeah, he's had a good year from that perspective. He's run lots of solid races. It just hasn't been, like I say, last year he nearly bagged himself a Group 1.
And they've already done the Tidy Stallion deal as well, so he owes them precisely a 0, should have been a ring. Right, just put a button on it for me.
Well, I think we're guaranteed to get a strong gallop, likes of Quinault, Royal Scotsman. It could be a race that we get a couple of different groups in. I wouldn't be surprised if Spencer was wanting to run a bit of a solo on Royal Scotsman, just knowing his nature, but we'll see if the pack follow him. But any number of possibilities here in terms of results. Really nothing would surprise you. That's the depth of the race. I do believe that if Royal Scotsman is in the form that he was at Epsom, he's the horse to beat.
I would love to see them have a crack at a Group 1 race over 6 with Royal Scotsman.
We said that after Epsom,
we
didn't
did,
we?
and they were half toying with the July Cup, weren't they? Right, last 2 or 3 to come forward for this Group 2 Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Challenge Stakes. Remember, the 5th of November, that's the deadline for entries this year to the TIEAs. Make sure you nominate. You don't have to be a trainer to do so. Look at the categories on the website. All right, with that is Ian Bartlett.
Blindfold has gone on witness stand. Man of Kieran Schumacher, he's the last one then for the Thoroughbred Industry Employee Awards Challenge Stakes. 7 furlongs to trip. The last one, witness stand, comes in. That's it, all in. Ready. They're off. Get away, Jumbie, the slowest of them to come out of the stalls. Pogo on the extreme left is fast away. Quinalton, Royal Scotsman, who goes stand side running well for a solo there. Top Gear's up in the prominent rank as well. A dark jacket and white armlets. The Royal Blue of Noble Dynasty is next. The white face of 10 Bob Tony, the flashy chestnut who won the Best Turned Out award, is in company with Witness Stand. Vetiver and Jumbie right in behind these. Light Blue should have been a ring. He's a little bit hidden at the moment. He's at the back of the main group of runners, and also Great Generation towards the rear. They're heading down towards halfway. It's a solo run for Royal Scotsman on the extreme right. Quinault, the green sleeves, leads the main group of runners to Top Gear and Noble Dynasty, and then 10 Bob Tony, and with this is Witness Stand and Pogo, and should have been a ring. They're followed by Vetiver, and then comes a Great Generation just ahead of Jumbie. Heading down with just over 2 furlongs to go. So Royal Scotsman on the right continues to be alone. Down the centre, Top Gear in the black jacket, white armlets comes through now to go ahead of Quinault. Noble Dynasty's behind that. These are clear from 10 Bob Tony, and then comes Should Have Been a Ring. They've a furlong to go, and Top Gear races down the centre. Royal Scotsman near side. Quinault behind this to Noble Dynasty, but as they race towards the line, Top Gear and Stefan Pasquier by as many lengths as he wants. Royal Scotsman got second, Quinault third, and then came 10 Bob Tony and Noble Dynasty.
Right, so that's why he was so well backed. Top Gear has made mincemeat of what looked a pretty competitive and closely matched field. 3-1 favourite, Stefan Pasquier and Christopher Head. Christopher Head, who was on the score sheet on Arc Weekend with the brilliant Amatuel. She might be bound for the Breeders' Cup Mile. This horse might be bound for something pretty smart after this. He's absolutely taken them apart. At the age of 5, you'd think, where did that come from? But he's not actually been with this trainer all that long, and he's getting more and more from him. What a smashing run from Royal Scotsman. What a creditable effort from Quinault, who tried to put it up to the winner. 10 Bob Tony, who was closely matched with the winner from their running in France last time, has finished a distant 4th. This was a dominant performance. Royal Scotsman alone on the stand side.
Not easy to foresee, but some did foresee it because he was very strong in the market. And Christopher Head, he's only had him, as you say, this is his 4th start for the stable, 4th start of the year. He's obviously really got him to improve, hasn't he? And he tried a couple of Group 1s when he was with Fabrice Chappé last year, and it didn't work out. He tried the Foray, and he was down the field behind Big Rock as well one day. But this is him really coming of age, isn't it, with this performance? It was a strong Group 2 field, as we touched on beforehand. It looked wildly competitive, but Top Gear was very well backed, and you could pick him out pretty much now on the bridle, 2.5 to run, that he's got them covered in that pack down the middle. And then the question was, why is Royal Scotsman in relation to them? Well, the answer was still way behind.
And TJ has run well as well for Carl Burke right up this side. Again, already proven in this ground and seems to really relish in it.
Yeah.
And the last one to go to the start is number 2, Handle the Kettle. Gavin Sheehan in the dark blue with the yellow half sleeves. Handle the Kettle, a winner at Worcester last time out, trained by Jamie Snowden. Flying Fortune, now the 2-to-1 favourite. 11-4, Ryan's Rocket. 2, Juventus de Brion. 11-1 in from 16-1, Handle the Kettle. And 66-1, Bullets Hill. Post time for the Grade 2 Unibet Persian War Novices Hurdle is at 3:15. We are now just about on post time. About to make the way out onto the racecourse proper. The flag is raised. Walking forward now, and they're off for the Grade 2 Unibet Persian War Novices Hurdle over 2 miles, 3.5 furlongs. Handle the Kettle towards the near side goes on, taken on by the Irish Raider. Intense approach on the short run to the first of the 10 flights, and down at the first, Juventus de Brion. Juventus de Brion has fallen at flight number 1. Going on now towards flight 2, and as they do so, a contested lead. Intense approach over on the far side. On the near side, Handle the Kettle. Just in behind them, Vincenzo racing in third. And then Orion's Rocket as they go over the second flight of hurdles. Last but one is Bullets Hill. Harry Skelton up on his feet after that tumble at the first flight. The back marker at the moment is the mare Flying Fortune, and they race on now down the hill and on towards flight number 3, the last in a circuit's time. Harry Cobden, an intense approach, now just edge into the lead as they approach this third flight, and jumps it well, better than nearest pursuer, Handle the Kettle, who was over in second position. Vincenzo, who's keen, who tends to race keenly. Over on the far side is Ryan out wide. A mistake in second by Handle the Kettle, got very low at flight number 4. Vincenzo still covered up, still weighted with Flying Fortune. over the second flight, Dakin down the back straight, and now it is Intense Approach. He's been closed down once again by Handle the Kettle, and back in third, Ryan's Rocket. Over the third of the flights taken down the back straight, and still no change in the order. The leader is Intense Approach to Handle the Kettle, who races in second. Ryan's Rocket still keen in third. Bullets Hill on the wide outside. Then Vincenzo, who for the first time gets a shake of the reins, and also closing up now James Bowen on Flying Fortune. So there's now another half mile to go before they leave the ground at the third last in the Unibet Persian War. And the leader is Island's Intense Approach. To the outside is Handle the Kettle. Moving into third is Bullets Hill, the previous course winner. Followed next by Ryan's Rocket, bidding to give trainer Fergal O'Brien a third win in this race. Flying Fortune, the mare, creeps ever closer, going the shortest way to the inside rail. And Vincenzo, as they shuffle the pack, drops to the rear of the field of six who remain in the Persian War. And now they're entering the final 5 furlongs with 3 more flights of hurdles to take. Intense Approach in Harry Cobden by a neck to the outside. Gavin Sheehan and Handle the Kettle in second. James Bowen going through on the inside on Flying Fortune now, a dispute of third with Bullets Hill, Nick Schofield to the outside. Ryan's Rocket, Jonathan Burt between horses, and Vincenzo is now being ridden along by Dylan Johnston in line for home. Here's the third from home, and it's Intense Approach who still has the lead. Intense Approach jumps it well, leads by 3 parts of a length to Handle the Kettle in second. Flying Fortune in the slipstream of the leader, back in third, and still appears to travel well for James Bowen. Racing now towards the second from home. It's still 3 furlongs from the line. Intense Approach has the lead. Flying Fortune now begins to take aim as they go over the second last, and it's now Flying Fortune, and it's now the Welsh mare Flying Fortune who takes the lead in the Unibet Persian War. Down the hill, 1.5 furlongs to go, 1 more flight to take. James Bowen, and Flying Fortune in her bid for the 4-timer comes towards the final flight, steadies into it, jumps it with a lead of 5 lengths. In splendid isolation, it is Flying Fortune who wins the Persian War. Flying Fortune and James Bowen home in front. To beat into second, Intense Approach. Back in third, Vincenzo. And in fourth was Ryan's Rocket.
with Red Bloom in 2003. Both those editions, of course, were run at Ascot before this race was switched here when the swap around came between the races for Champions Day and Future Champions Weekend. What about a fairy tale win for Anna Swan here?
Yeah, she's unbeaten and she's done everything easily, but this is a huge step up in class for her. She hasn't competed against anything of this calibre of field, so she was quite workmanlike in winning at Newbury. It was tacky ground. She ended up making her own running. You know, I don't necessarily think that was her at her best. So yeah, we'll learn an awful lot more today, but she needs to step up massively on what she's actually done. But she hasn't had an opportunity until today to run against horses of this calibre.
Red Bloom for Sir Michael Stout, Nanina for John Gosden, Inspiral also for John Gosden, past Cheveley Park stud winners of the Fillies Mile. As they load, Desert Flower is just easing a shade, 11 to 10 on, January 9 to 2, Dreamy 13 to 2. Tabiti is relatively friendless. It's the step from 6 to a mile rather than the step from 6 to 7 that Rafe Beckett initially wanted.
Yeah, and I suppose you've got that little bit of a doubt over the form. We've mentioned Flight didn't do a massive amount for Desert Flower in January's May Hill form earlier on. Tabiti beat Miss Fascinator, who finished down the field as well in the Oh So Sharp. So, you know, it's not something to draw too many conclusions from, but there hasn't been sort of the boost there that you might have seen market support because of.
Last couple coming forward then for the 2024 edition of the Bet365 Fillies Mile. It's a Group 1 for 2-year-old fillies, and Ian Bartlett is your big race commentator.
Is in, and this is January, store number 6, the last one. Loaded quickly, all in. Ready. They're off. Bet365 Fillies Mile as they begin. The Royal Blue of Desert Flower passed by Dreamy, who strides through into the second place, and another of the stablemates, January, in the purple and white, is sharing third place with Desert Flower. Then we have Tabiti, green, pink and white colours, Anna Swan in the red, and California Dreamer is between those. They head through first couple of furlongs already. Ballet Slippers and Dreamy are the pair that stride along in front. There's a length and a half maybe the best turned out winner and favourite, Desert Flower, alongside January. Another length to Tabiti, the pink cap company with California Dreamer, and Anna Swan in the red, white and blue colours in company there as well. They're heading past the halfway stage in this Bet365 Fillies Mile, and Dreamy on the left, just about in front. Ballet Slippers in second place, be about a neck behind her. A length and a half off these is January, running in third place and beginning to make progress. 3 from the left, ridden along is Desert Flower. Extreme left is Tabiti. California Dreamer is next up towards the right is Anna Swan at the rear of the field, heading down towards the dip. Desert Flower and January now striding clear from the others. Ballet Slippers is back in third, Anna Swan behind this. Desert Flower, William Buick has the advantage at the furlong pole by 2 lengths. January in second position, and they're heading inside the final furlong, and Desert Flower will remain unbeaten and wins by many lengths in this Bet365 Fillies Mile. Desert Flower, second is just going to be January to Ballet Slippers, and they're clear from Dreamy in fourth.
Oh, she bolted up, Desert Flower.
6 furlong race, Chris, they sort of, I guess, because on the round course they've been coming up the stand side, they amass more to that side. Do you think, given conditions, there'll be preference for stand side again, or not necessarily?
No, I don't think so. They might edge that way, but our previous winner was up the middle of the track, which I think probably is still the best ground, even though we've had 1 or 2 horses coming at the stand side. Speaking to a couple of riders that walked it, they felt that it was slower right up the rail. The going stick says the same. I had a chat with William Darby, and he kind of felt the same as well. So I don't know. It's a bit of a conundrum, isn't it? What we do know is that we've got 2 real course specialists in this field. The winning most horse at York, who the race is named after, Copper Knight, down at the bottom of the weights from stall 4 at the age of 10, and Dakota Gold, who also at the age of 10 with 1 win less can tie with Copper Knight for the winning most horse at the track if he takes this prize. The pair of them will be paraded in front of the stands after this race. One of them may come home in front, but there's probably horses with stronger claims, Mark.
Yeah, probably so. They've won 13 times at York between them. Copper Knight, he runs in the race for the 5th time. Believe it or not, he won it 6 years ago. Obviously, he's not the force of all, but he could provide the pace from stall 4. Dakota Gold, he'll be handy as well from stall 7. Brooklyn 9-9 looks a good opportunity for him. Richard Farr, he's been an eye catcher on all 3 starts so far this season. He was a leading fancy for the Air Silver Cup, a late withdrawal that day, but he certainly won't have a problem with the ground.
Yeah, he's coming into it on the back of a couple of really good runs, including a narrow defeat at Ascot. I quite like last year's winner, Wen Moon, who's down to a handy mark and for the first time in a little while has conditions in his favour again.
Yeah, I think he's 4 pounds lower than when he won the race last year. He enjoys soft ground. He's obviously good at the track. Aberama Goal, he's 7 now. He's definitely well handicapped. He's rated 85. He finished a good 3rd last time out behind younger rivals, including Blue Storm. Thought he'd go well. And I also thought Irish Nectar could go okay. I think the draw did for him last time out, but he'd been an eye catcher, I thought, at Carlisle on his previous start.
And Trilby under Sean Dillon Bowen, who's leading the race for the Apprentice's title, comes into it in good form, proving the ground and has form at the track.
Yeah, takes his races really well. He's won 3 from 13 already this season. Comes from stall 1. He won't have a problem with the ground. He's up 6 for his latest win, which was at Haydock back in August.
He'll probably miss the break and hope that they go too hard. He'll be one that is finishing faster than most, you would imagine. There are 4 of them left to load. 2 of those have gone forward, so we'll get back to Stuart.
Thanks, Chris. And Dakota Gold is one of that quartet. Just a little edgy in stall 6, Enchanting. This is the fixer in the green and white moving in. And others that lurk out the back include Good Earth, who's going to go going into stall 18, drawn highest of all. And Dakota Gold, as is customary, going to be the last one to go in. It is the Copper Knight winning most horse at the York Stakes. Ready? They're off, 5 furlongs ahead of them. Copper Knight in his race, away to the right. The white sleeves got away well. Vince Lamore in a red and yellow jacket is also up with the pace, and so too the white-faced Wen Moon. Towards the left, Good Earth in the dark blue with the fixer in the green and white, being followed by Mini Magna and the nose banded a bait, and then Moonstone Boy. Dakota Gold, meanwhile, is centre pack, sheepskin noseband, white and black on the sleeves, right down the middle as they go to halfway. Vince Lamore in the yellow and red with Copper Knight and Wen Moon. And then Van the Man, Trilby in the raw blue on the right of the group, further back Dakota Gold, then Monk's Dream and Enchanting and Mini Magna and the fixer, and Good Earth towards the left with Moonstone Boy. They're already moving down inside the last furlong, and Vince Lamore has kicked clear of the field. Wen Moon, last year's winner, is giving chase, the right-hand group dominating. Trilby is running on late in the piece. It's Vince Lamore and Jason Hart in front, chased by Wen Moon. Trilby is still finishing off strongly, but Vince Lamore wins convincingly. Trilby up for second ahead of Wen Moon, and then came Van the Man, Irish Nectar, and Copper Knight in his race, far from disgrace, just behind the leaders.
Well, Tim Easterby has won it, not with Copper Knight, who the race is named after, but with Vince Lamore from stall 6, number 15 on the card, from Trilby in stall 1 and Wen Moon in stall 5. The low number drawn horse is dominating, and Vince Lamore coming home in front off a lightweight of 8 stone 8 under Jason Hart, who hits the target for the second time this afternoon, Mark.
Yeah, Vince Lamore, he returns to form. He'd been in good nick in the early part of the season in the spring, where he won on a couple of occasions. Well held on his last 2 starts, but he showed loads of early speed. Came from stall 2. His upside's his veteran stablemate Copper Knight, who was also handy. He came from stall 4. But as you say, those drawn low have dominated proceedings. The 4th was drawn 3 as well, Van the Man. So yeah, very much the place to be.
Yeah, it's the slightly smaller group that race over there, but they did completely dominate the finish. And ultimately, if you've raced in the bigger group on this side, you've had no chance of winning.
No, it just sort of switched back, hasn't it? Back to what it was for the Ebor Festival, where it was a big advantage to be on the far side. Different on the Sunday meet in early September, but those on the far side of Helse, where Vince Lamore always in the firing line. Good run from Wen Moon, who was attempting to win the race back-to-back, £4 low compared to 12 months ago. And Trilby, he just keeps turning up, doesn't he? Keeps running these races. He thrives on his racing, and again, a good consistent effort.
Yep. But Vince Lamore, who is taking this off a lowly mark. I think he was badly in on the day, wasn't he? Wasn't he due to drop?
He was, I think he was, yeah, £2. I think he's due to drop £2 in the future, isn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, so soft ground again appears to be important to him. Only a 3-year-old. I think half the field were 3-year-olds, and he's done it well.
Yep, he has. Wen Moon running really well in the race that he won last year. Ground conditions in his favour. In terms of horses to take out the race, I'd be looking at the ones that fared best of those that were more towards this side. But it is Vince Lamore who brings up a double for Jason Hart.
Beats Trilby, Wen Moon and Van the Man. Vince Lamore scores in the 3:45 at York at a stall 2.
The flag is raised. They're walking forward now. And they're off. This is the Unibet Veterans Handicap Chase. It's run inside, Frankie de Burlay was still the first two. Then Certainly Red, Copperhead, and on the outside, Ballywood. And now Certainly Red's getting much closer between horses. They go over the fence taken right at their starting point. Goodbye Bobby took that fence with him. He hit it very hard. So now they're about to take the final two fences taken down the back straight. Fences 12 and 13. Certainly Red and Goodbye Bobby, the first two. Frankie de Burlay jumped in third. Ballywood in fourth. Copperhead is in fifth. In sixth, Strictly a Dancer, the lime green colours, getting a little closer. He jumped that fence particularly well. Then there's a break after Ballywood, back to Wayfinder. Enrillo is flat to the boards now and is losing ground, and they're about to lead the back straight behind them. So it's Certainly Red and Mark Goldstein who have got the lead now over Goodbye Bobby in second for Sam Twiston Davis, and then Frankie de Burlay and James Bowen in third. Copperhead being ridden along by Freddie Gingell in fourth. The eye is still drawn to those green colours. Strictly a Dancer, who's checked off rivals one by one down the back straight. Jack Tudor has smuggled him into the race in fifth position. There's a break then of about 5 lengths opening up to Wayfinder, and then Ballywood, who is towards that one's inside. Enrillo looks as though he's about to be pulled up. Diol Kerr is totally tailed off, and he's another one going to be pulled up before the first in the home straight. So over the fifth from home, Certainly Red led, and down is Frankie de Burlay. Frankie de Burlay had every chance when he fell at the fifth from home. He's quickly up, so too the rider. Here's the final open ditch. That was 4 out. Certainly Red on the near side. Copperhead between them is Goodbye Bobby. Back in fourth, Strictly a Dancer, who's still being held up to make his challenge. Here's now the third from home. Goodbye Bobby in the centre. Copperhead on the near side, Certainly Red over on the far side, and for the first time, Strictly a Dancer now being ridden along by Jack Tudor, being urged to close. The second last, Copperhead on the near side emerges with the lead. Certainly Red is trying to rally. Goodbye Bobby, and now Strictly a Dancer asks but finds little. Down now towards the final fence. Copperhead is at the last. He led there by 3 lengths to Certainly Red in second. Goodbye Bobby was over in third. Strictly a Dancer is in fourth, and racing now with a half furlong ahead of them, it is Copperhead and Freddie Gingell who are going clear on the run towards the line, and it will be back-to-back wins for Copperhead. Certainly Red will be second, and third came Goodbye Bobby. In fourth was Strictly a Dancer. The only other two to get home will be Wayfinder and Ballywood.
And then Fellows Hall. Down towards the next, the wings of the next hurdle. And it's Augusta George the Grey. The chestnut on the inside is again his Prengard à Trois. Mary's March has got much closer. This Daughter of Lucky Speed. And then in fourth is Zillionaire and Fellows Hall. As Augusta George on the flat goes on, over jumps is out-jumped by Prengard à Trois. Mary's March and then Zillionaire and Fellows Hall. So if they all stay standing, they all pick up prize money. And it's Augusta George on the outside of the odds-on favourite, Prengard à Trois. Then in third is Mary's March. Zillionaire's got a little bit closer in the company of Fellows Hall. At the next, the highest point of the track, Augusta George once again out-jumped by Prengard à Trois. Not a great jump in last by Fellows Hall. Mary's March still in third, pushed along now Zillionaires. And once again, an increase in pace sees them nudging the 30-mile-an-hour marker, and it's Augusta George by a neck. Two in second place, Prengarda Trois. Mary's March has the early pulling. Will it pay late on? And then Zillionaire, who's keeping going. Fellows Hall at the second last. Augusta George, Prengarda Trois. Mary's March. Zillionaire gets a reminder, and then comes Fellows Hall. Downhill they race, still 3 furlongs to run. And it's Augusta George, Prengarda Trois, Mary's March, Zillionaire, and Fellows Hall as they continue to gallop downhill towards the final hurdle. Augusta George, Prengarda Trois, Mary's March, Zillionaire, Fellows Hall inside the final quarter miles. Prengarda Trois on the inside, Augusta George the near side, then comes Mary's March. Augusta George, that was his best jump of the race to Prengarda Trois. Augusta George, first to go for his whip is Prengarda Trois. Augusta George in second, Mary's March in third, then Zillionaire as they climb uphill, and Prengarda Trois all out to Augusta George. Then comes Mary's March running on inside the final 100. Prengarda Trois, Augusta George. Mary's March is marching home. Prengarda Trois, Mary's March, Augusta George. Prengarda Trois, Augusta George, and Mary's March. Prengarda Trois on the scoreboard. Second, Augusta George, about ahead to the good of third place Middlemarch, and then between them Fellows Hall and Zillionaire.
Well, he's won all right, Prengarda Trois. I don't think it would have been the easiest of watches for those that punted him down to around about 9 to 4 on the off. 5 to 2 on is the starting price, in fact. Having been available at 11 to 8 on briefly. But he has got the job done. He's won ugly, though, I think you'd have to say here. And to me, this is miles below the level he showed in the 2 bumper runs last season. Time will tell whether he's able to leave this form behind, but he's going to have to if he's to make his mark in winner's company, you would imagine. Augusta George was beaten 65 lengths on his last start, had won a weak bumper here at Downpatrick previously. And Marie's March, certainly one of the lesser lights of William Mullen's operation, based on what we saw of her in 2 previous outings. But it is a win. A win's a win, as they say, for Prengarda Trois. And one would imagine
maybe further, but he's got a progressive profile.
And Goodwood Odyssey has done exactly what the Goodwood Racehorse Owners Group would have wished, i.e. won at Goodwood and given them a load of fun along the way.
Yeah, and the blinkers have been left off today because he was just way too lit up by them last time. He's had them on twice now. They're left off today, so that might just help him to switch off a bit more, but he's got some impressive performances. Sandown, when he won earlier on in the season, he cut through them like a knife through butter and was really impressive. So, look, there's loads of progressive horses in here. It's a mini Melrose almost, not quite the same trip, not quite the same depth of field necessarily, but still always a really high quality race that proves to be strong form.
Well, the weights are headed by Grey Cuban. Jamie Spencer got a great tune out of him last time. Bit of a surprise win. But if you just remove all the form prior to when the hood was put on, he looks like a horse who could get up into something quite smart. He goes off 98 today.
Yeah, I think it might be more a mile and a quarter. He tried a mile and a half at York, penultimate start. Didn't. That's the only defeat, isn't it, of his last 4 runs. So his progression has really come over the mile and a quarter trip. So that's a concern for him today.
He has a stable companion here, Kitteridge, who hasn't been seen for 83 days. They had some sort of pattern aspirations for her at the beginning of the season and didn't quite come up to that level, but has had a bit of time off the course. Imperial Sovereign. Carl Burke has done incredibly well for Sheikh Mohammed Abeid this season and has been duly rewarded with some bounty from the sales. They've got Liberty Lane running tomorrow in a bid to add pattern success to that Cambridgeshire victory.
He'll have a good chance.
Yeah, Carl seems very hopeful.
Yeah. It's the right type of race for him now anyway, isn't it?
For sure, it doesn't look an insurmountable task, does it?
No, it doesn't. And no doubt he'll get a similar swashbuckling, positive ride, and it could suit in that race tomorrow.
Okay, so Sun God, it seemed that you
Sun
were
God,
most positive
Sun
about.
God is definitely the horse I'm most interested in here. Yeah, I have backed him. I think I've backed him each way actually because I just think he'll run well. I think he'll run really well. I think it's the type of race that will suit him. He's a horse with course form, which I like here at this track. And I didn't think he got home in the Melrose, and I thought he probably made his move a bit too early in the Melrose as well, and hoping that David Egan can time it right today.
Cambu is a slightly shorter price than he was a few moments ago, but he has not yet proven that he is very good on turf.
He hasn't, no. Obviously, he's been highly tried. He ran in the Derby, didn't he? But needs to bounce back from that last run.
Landed a touch in the Racing League.
He did.
Lest you forget. One of our cameramen's wearing a Racing League cap today.
He is the North, no less.
Be worth a fortune in a couple of years' time. Take it on Antiques Roadshow.
You're tempted to pinch it off him before we leave.
Silence. Give it to me, OJ, to 6 is possibly the last one. Oh no, we have Imperial Sovereign going out wide to 14. And Grey Cuban went to post early. Store number 10 in the orange. Give it to me, OJ. The last one, store number 6 with Luke Morris. Mile and a half they have to race here. 15 runners. Give it to me, OJ. At the stalls, walks in, and they're ready. They're off. A getaway to Fairbreak as they begin their mile and a half trip. Highland Bling is one of the ones well into stride. Grey Cuban and Trouville. And Spaceport on the extreme left with the noseband of Give It To Me OJ in prominent positions. Blake Brioni dropping to the back of the field, as also is Some God. So they come to the turn. And the dark blue and yellow is Spaceport. Red sleeve jacket of Trouville. The orange of Grey Cuban in behind those. The gold hoops of Highland Bling has been undertaken by Give It To Me OJ in the purple and green colours. A yellow and black jacket of Imperial Sovereign is next to the best turned out winner, racing ahead of Kildare Legend in white and red colours. And then comes Cambu, another white and red jacket due to Henry to Mount Atlas in black and gold. Brioni then, the red and white hoops on the cab in company with Kitteridge, Goodwood Odyssey, and the red and yellows just in behind Blake in the mainly purple, and Sun God in the yellow and blue jacket is at the rear of the field as they race on down towards the halfway stage of this Bet 365 Old Rowley Cup, and it's still Spaceport and Richard Kingscote who lead. There's only about 3 parts of a length in front. Trouville, red sleeve jacket, running in second. Then Give It To Me OJ, nose-banded runner, purple and green. The orange of Grey Cuban. Behind those, as they race on down now towards the final half mile, is Imperial Sovereign, the yellow jacket with James Doyle. Highland Bling level with him. They're followed through then by Kildare Legend and Kitteridge in the green, making progress towards the running rail. Mount Atlas is 3 from the right, black and gold jacket. Judah Henry and Brioni are right with this as well. Sun God making progress. Cambu is dropping out of contention completely as they head then down towards the bushes, and Spaceport continues to lead to Imperial Sovereign. In the blue blinkers now has come through to challenge. Mount Atlas in the black and gold colours coming very strongly there near side. Further behind these is Kildare Legend. Then comes Brioni. Blake is running on from the back of the field. Sun God in yellow and blue also beginning to stay on, but Mount Atlas and Asheen Murphy lead them as they head then down to the dip. But Sun God, David Egan, the yellow and blue, is eating up the ground. They're swept past Mount Atlas, and it's Sun God who takes it up now, and this is going to draw right away and win. Sun God has won impressively. Mount Atlas in second place. Kildare Legend is third to Kitteridge and Imperial Sovereign.
Good race, tight handicap, strong form, progressive winner. Sun God has won. David Egan for Hughie Morrison, confirming that excellent run when upped in trip in the Melrose. Back to a strongly run mile and a half today, and ridden very patiently by David Egan, scythed through the pack and has run down Mount Atlas, who looked as though he might have just nicked this under Asheen Murphy. David Egan wasn't having any of it. He gives ballast to the form. Third is the very progressive Kildare Legend, and fourth, although she's now outside of Kitteridge, had a big reputation early in the season. This is quite a strong race run at a good pace.
Yeah, it was, as expected in terms of tempo of race for sure, and David Egan's got it absolutely perfect on Sun God as well. This is the type of ride that he needs. He's kind of shown signs of it all year, really. And there are moments with this type of horse where you're sort of screaming, thinking, come on, get through, is it going to open up? But it does. And ultimately, I thought when the gap opened, it was really impressive how quickly he pounced on Mount Atlas, who himself has continued his progress. He's taken a different route, come out wide, kept out of danger. He can do that, Mount Atlas. There's no problem there. But look at the amount of ground that once Sun God's in the clear, round about now, he's still got a few lengths to make up, but very quickly he makes up that margin and then bounds away. So I think it's just important to switch off this horse early on in a race, and that allows him to finish off and deliver. And he's done exactly that today. So, yeah, well done to Connections. Well done particularly to David Egan, because I thought it was a fantastic ride on a horse that needed that type of ride. But really good run from Mount Atlas in second as well. And as always, this race is going to prove to be a strong piece of form, with progressive horses filling the 1, 2, 3.
Kildare Legend, just track the run through, all white colours, just about the last one off the bridle, armlets.
Mwafak in here. He'd need to improve a lot from Ponty, but the experience won't have been lost on him.
He needs to get the start right because he blew his chance at the start that day. Ultimately finished sixth, so yeah, the start's the key to him.
Looks as though the Vital Spark and Mwafak are going to be a couple of the last ones to go forward, so we'll rejoin Stuart.
And Mwafak goes in to complete the 8-strong lineup. That's it, all in. They're off with Jungle King from stall 5, slowest to get out. Osselton, another who was sluggish. They're the final pair early on in the William Hill EBF Novice Stakes, and they're drifting down the centre of the track through the first furlong with the nose banded. The Vital Spark giving a lead to Belgrave in the light blue, Apache green and the double green, and odds-on favourite Fondo Blanco on the left in the blue and white striped sleeves. Showstorm is towards the right in the royal blue, racing upsize Mwafak in a maroon jacket, and the nose-banded Osselton and Jungle King are the final pair, but they're fairly well grouped as they move towards halfway. The Vital Spark is leading to Belgrave on the right in the light blue, one from the left Apache green, and further left Fondo Blanco being finessed into it. Then Mwafak, Showstorm, extreme right Jungle King is ridden, and then Osselton. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. Belgrave has moved through now to the Vital Spark and Apache green, and here on the left Fondo Blanco. Belgrave and Fondo Blanco move on now inside the last furlong. Fondo Blanco drawing alongside Belgrave, who's battling on tenaciously under pressure. These two dominate the finish. Fondo Blanco nosing ahead, leaning left, just beginning to assert. Fondo Blanco home in front from Belgrave. Apache green in third. Back in fourth, the pace-setting Vital Spark.
Form horses to the fore, and Fondo Blanco, the odds-on favourite, wins under Ray Dawson for Roger Varian. First and second both hit the frame at Newbury in maiden and novice company respectively last time out, and they have fought out the finish here. The penalised Apache Green has finished in third. Good run from him really in defeat, considering having that penalty to carry. Jungle King was slow out of the stalls. That's the first thing to note in the very early stage of the race, Mark.
Yeah, the only debutant in the field. Yeah, he was showed his inexperience early on. Plenty of pace from the Vital Spark, who got the experience beforehand. He'd had the two starts. And the winner's done it comfortably enough in the end. He's probably travelled through the race like the best horse in the race. You just wondered for a split second, would he go past Belgrave? But when Ray Dawson really got after him, he found plenty for pressure. So good to see that he's confirmed that initial promise from his debut run at Newbury. And Belgrave, he's probably improving with racing. He could be an interesting proposition in the autumn in the nursery. He's had the 3 runs now.
Yeah, the Vital Spark showed a bit of speed out on the front end, but always seems to be covered really by Fondo Blanco, who has kind of won in the manner of a horse that might be suited by going up in trip really, because he's fairly strong through the line. It takes a while for him to work his way past after travelling into it well, but he runs through the line as well as anything.
He does in the end. I just wondered for a split second how much was he going to find off the bridle, because judging by Ray Dawson's body language, he thought he got everybody covered, but he had to knuckle down late on. He's edged slightly to his left, taken Belgrave with him, but by the time he's got to the line, he's well on top.
Yeah, you'll see that edging left as we have a look at the head-on. He is on the left of shot. A couple of horses between him and the eventual runner-up at this point, and as he gets to the front, he just starts to edge across that way. The track is obviously carrying them that way in terms of their eye line as they go on. He's under a right-hand drive.
The flag is raised. And they begin to make their way forward towards the start. Still have to pass one more fence before they get to the starting point, but they're coming in nice and steadily. All clear's given. And they're off. This is the Carl Pine 60th Birthday Novices Limited Handicap Chase. 2 miles, 7.5 furlongs ahead of them. Destroy the Evidence is the first to begin. Sea Music is also prominent in the very early stages as they go over the first, and also in the front rank towards the inside is G.A. Henty. And G.A. Henty has now taken the lead to Destroy the Evidence. Just backs off that second fence a little, and he was out jumped by Sea Music to his outside. In fourth is Isaac Deobo. Then on the inner is Moon Hunter. Next, the yellow cap of Gosh How Posh, who has for company on his outside Haiti Couleur. As they go into the turn, Haiti Couleur stealing 1 or 2 places. Beachcomber, last but one, and it's Lord Snooty at the back of their 18 fencers in this Novices Limited Handicap Chase, and it sees G.A. Henty, already a chasing winner at Warwick, sharing the lead with the Irish train raider Sea Music. Those are the first two, and then Destroy the Evidence, who has the yellow and red colours on the inside of Isaac Deobo. Then a little bit wider is Haiti Couleur, followed by Gosh How Posh and Moon Hunter on the inside. As they go over fence number 3, Sea Music emerges with the lead, and a new back marker, Beachcomber, just landed in last. On now towards the first of the open ditches, which will be fence number 4. Sea Music had the lead as they went over that. Just jumping into the back of Haiti Couleur there was Lord Snooty, just rather clipped heels, and is now dropped back to last once again. On now towards another plain one, which is the 5th. Sea Music stood a long way off that. Beautiful jump by the leader. To in second, G.A. Henty. And then on the inside, Destroy the Evidence. Little wider is Isaac Deobo, and wider still Haiti Couleur as they go over that next plain one. Followed by Gosh How Posh and Beachcomber and Moon Hunter. And detached by a couple of lengths, Lord Snooty at the back of the field. Fence number 7 for Sea Music. Again, took it in his stride. Indeed, they all jumped that one pretty well. Up past the enclosures they go, and a circuit ahead of them, the Carl Pine 60th Birthday Novices Limited Handicap Chase. And Sea Music and Richard McLennan now have a lead of over 2 lengths to G.A. Henty and Harry Skelton in second, as now they angle out to the centre of the course to negotiate the bottom stable turn. Into third goes Isaac Deobo in his bid for a 4th win here at Chepstow. The gambler of the race, Destroy the Evidence, is towards the inside rail. Haiti Couleur is racing in 5th around the turn and is deep out on the track. Then Moon Hunter, who's up against the inside rail, who has Beachcomber alongside. And then Lord Snooty still at the back of the field. So they make the climb towards the back straight and halfway. And it is Sea Music by 2 lengths to G.A. Henty in second, pushing up to that one's inside, Destroy the Evidence. Destroy the Evidence now just nosing into second place. Isaac Deobo is in 4th position, and then Beachcomber. Moon Hunter going the shortest way. Wide is Haiti Couleur, and this is the first of the 6 fencers taken down the back straight. Sea Music once again saw a beautiful stride. At the back of the field, Moon Hunter is now being ridden along. The first one to come off the bit, he's dropped back to last. Over an open ditch, Sea Music joined again on the outside and passed by G.A. Henty. Out wide, Isaac Deobo, and then Destroy the Evidence over another plain fence. All safely over and still very tightly grouped. So they're going now towards the fence taken by their starting point. It will be fence number 11, and Sea Music's lead is only a neck over G.A. Henty in second, Isaac Deobo in third, improving into 4th, Haiti Couleur. And then Destroy the Evidence, who's now dropped back to 5th. In 6th is Beachcomber, and then Lord Snooty on the outside of Gosh How Posh, and Moon Hunter is the back marker as they got over the penultimate fence down the back straight. Still first to last, no more than 5 lengths. The Sea Music takes them towards fence number 13, the last in the back. led by a neck. Again, jumped it well. G.A. Henty once again re-engages to his outside. Just over a length and a half back to Isaac Deobo in third. Destroy the Evidence in fourth alongside on the outer Haiti Couleur. And then Beach Coma, who is in sixth position. Around the outside, Lord Snooty is in seventh. Gosh How Posh in the last duo with a bump to long Moon Hunter. Bottom turn, and now just 5 furlongs to go and 5 more fences to take, and Sea Music still has the lead. Around the outside, Isaac Deobo now looms into second. G.A. Henty ridden along in third. To the inside, Destroy the Evidence. Out wide, Haiti Couleur. Next is Beach Coma, who turned in just in behind that leading group, with Moon Hunter trying to rally to his inside. Down the outer, then Lord Snooty, and then Gosh How Posh. Over the fifth from home, and a new leader. Isaac Deobo went into the lead, but Haiti Couleur tries to go stride for stride. Then Destroy the Evidence and Moon Hunter, as Sea Music very quickly backs out of it. So too J. Henty. They've gone over the final open ditch, and it's now Haiti Couleur and Ben Jones who have gone to the lead over Isaac Deobo. Destroy the Evidence is rallying. Beach Coma and Moon Hunter just in behind them. That was the third from home. Not getting very high, Haiti Couleur, but still has the lead over Destroy the Evidence, who now looms on the outside. The second last, little between. Haiti Couleur on the far side. On the near side, Destroy the Evidence. A mistake on the far side by Haiti Couleur. A more fluent leap on the near side by Destroy the Evidence. Destroy the Evidence takes the lead, goes on by a length to Haiti Couleur as they race up towards the line. It is Destroy the Evidence and Tom Bellamy who win. Haiti Couleur in second. Back in third came Beach Coma, and in
turned out. And then comes Renoir de Noir and Gail Winnie with Il Senzio. Behind Il Senzio, Fastbender, Getaway Aaron, and then a break to Cullen Wayne. But Georgia Selena has the lead in the hands of Ben Harvey. Reminders once again for Getaway Aaron and Cullen Wayne. And second, Mrs. Biddle, Sean Flanagan. And third, Jimney's Cave, Dunham Myler. Racing in fourth, Bish Bash Bosh and Dara O'Keefe to Ross Chapman and You Some Girl. Renoir de Noir and Richard Deegan to Il Senzio in behind for John Shinnick and company with Gail Winnie and Carl Miller. Fastbender and Keen Quirk, and a final pair, Getaway Aaron, Paddy Hannon, and a step taken there by Georgia Selena, got away with it. Mrs. Biddle on the outside, Jimney's Cave saw daylight on the inside, Bish Bash Bosh and You Some Girl, Renoir de Noir. Then a break back to Il Senzio, with behind Il Senzio, Gail Winnie, Fastbender, Cullen Wayne. Jockey Conor Owens is going to earn his fee, and likewise Paddy Hanlon, Getaway Aaron. Passing the judge circuit to race, Georgia Selena to Mrs. Biddle, Jimney's Cave, Bish Bash Bosh, You Some Girl for British trainer Rebecca Menzies in the colours of landlord John Wade. Then comes Renoir de Noir, Il Senzio, Fastbender. And then Gail Winnie to Cullen Wayne. Georgia Selena still with the lead. Two in second, Mrs. Biddle. There's been no change in the running order since the drop of the flag. Bish Bash Bosh has been in company with Jimney's Cave, You Some Girl getting closer. Then Renoir de Noir and Il Senzio, Gail Winnie and Fastbender and Cullen Wayne back to the rear of the field as Georgia Selena leads the field in the Dennis McCauley Memorial Handicap Hurdle to Mrs. Biddle. Jimney's Cave, and then You Some Girl looking for a gap between Jimney's Cave and Bish Bash Bosh. Renoir de Noir trying to get closer as Fastbender on the outside of Il Senzio and Gail Winnie and Cullen Wayne as Georgia Selena steadied and once again took a chance. And You Some Girl slightly jumped into the back of leader Georgia Selena. Jimney's Cave up its inside. Mrs. Biddle takes over to Jimney's Cave. Then Georgia Selena, Bish Bash Bosh, You Some Girl looking for a daring run. And then Renoir de Noir. Within behind is Il Senzio and Fastbender. As Mrs. Biddle and Jimney's Cave, Bish Bash Bosh, You Some Girl, Renoir de Noir, Georgia Selena, Fastbender. More slaps down the shoulder for Cullen Wayne, Il Senzio and Gail Winnie, and Getaway Aaron waved the white flag as Jimney's Cave leads the field to Mrs. Biddle, Bish Bash Bosh, You Some Girl, Georgia Selena, Renoir de Noir, Il Senzio at the next three from home. And our leader is Jimney's Cave to Mrs. Biddle, You Some Girl, looking to danger. And then in fourth, Bish Bash Bosh, Georgia Selena, Renoir de Noir, Il Senzio and Gail Winnie. But our leader with the sheepskin noseband is Jimney's Cave. On its outside is Mrs. Biddle. In third, close enough if good enough, You Some Girl, Georgia Selena, Bish Bash Bosh, Il Senzio tries to stay on. as they head down towards the second last. Mrs. Biddle, Jimley's Cave, You Some Girl, good jump, and a mistake by Georgia Selena. It looks as though it's between the leading three. Jimley's Cave, Mrs. Biddle, You Some Girl, Georgia Selena, Il Senzio, Gail Winnie when it's all too late inside the final three. Jimley's Cave on the inside of Mrs. Biddle. You Some Girl pulled out now to deliver a challenge down towards the run to the final hurdle. Jimley's Cave, You Some Girl, Mrs. Biddle, and then comes Gail Winnie running on inside the final quarter mile. And You Some Girl hangs towards the stable yard. Mrs. Biddle and Jimley's Cave at the last, and Mrs. Biddle lands down with a fractional advantage. You Some Girl, and then Jimley's Cave as they head for home inside the final furlong and a half. And it's on the inside, Jimley's Cave to on the centre, Mrs. Biddle. You Some Girl has definitely got a chance inside the final 150 yards, and it's Jimley's Cave to You Some Girl, and then comes Mrs. Biddle inside the final 100. Jimley's Cave to Mrs. Biddle. You Some Girl still trying to stay on, but Jimley's Cave, You Some Girl, and Mrs. Biddle to Il Senzio inside the final 50, and it's a win for Keith Watson. Jimley's Cave scores second, Mrs. Biddle, You Some Girl, Il Senzio, Gail Winnie, and Bish Bash Bosh.
So it goes to Jimley's Cave. First career win for Jimley's Cave. Returns 17-2 here. Done a miler in the saddle for Keith Watson. Of course, who had been runner-up a couple of times in the not-too-distant past. Most recently at Wexford in August. And after a bit of time off since that latest effort at Down Royal, has rebounded to gain a breakthrough here. In a race where I thought the British Raider looked a major threat coming down to the final flight, You Some Girl, but just seemed to lose some momentum going into that one and was inclined to hang a bit left in the closing stages. In the end, has had to settle for third place beyond the well-fancied Mrs. Biddle, but Jimley's Cave well on top of the line. Donna Myler, who was on board for that run at Wexford, back in the play today, scoring here for owner Jeffrey
at a big price place of safety, 16-1, that I could definitely see improving over this trip.
Number 9 is clearly one who enjoys the finer things in life. She's called Verbier, and she went to Saratoga last time.
She did. Were you there?
I wasn't.
No, not that time.
No.
She didn't seem to enjoy it.
Verbier.
She didn't seem to enjoy it as much as some at Saratoga, because she was a little bit below her best that day. But
she wouldn't manage 6 straight weeks there, that's for sure. It's getting a bit warm. She's always been a filly who's been reasonably highly thought of.
Yeah, she is. She's got plenty. Like a lot of these, there's a lot of fillies in this race that have kind of promised plenty, not fully delivered. I think in the case of Dance Sequence, it would be a bit harsh to say she hasn't delivered this season, given that she's, particularly the second in the Oaks was an excellent run. Lady Boba's run some good races as well in defeat herself at sort of a similar level to this. So it's a deep enough race for sure.
Higher leaves 12-1 in the James Wigan colours for Henry de Bromhead.
Yeah, caused a bit upset last time in France. Big price at Longchamp. Probably one of the pace horses in the field.
Trainers here, owners here. Dance Sequence is 15-8. Lady Boba is 11-2. Little unlucky at Yarmouth last time. Regal Jubilee, who looked quite promising earlier in the season, 7-1 to bounce back. Novus 8-1, last year's winner. Sound Angela, the Yarmouth winner, 10-1. Verbier back from Saratoga, 12-1. Higher Leaves, the Irish trainee who sprung a surprise in France next. Place of Safety, 16, inexperienced. Divina Grace, 25. High Spirited, 33. Sprung a surprise at Salisbury earlier in the year. Need to mention.
Yes, the tactics have been changed. She's another one that'll go forwards, High Spirited. So we're looking at High Spirited, Divina Grace. In particular, I think that will be maybe Higher Leaves that'll be pressing forward early. So there should be a good temper. Lady Boba will be suited by that, your second favourite, but so will Dance Sequence.
Yep, we've talked around it, under it, over it, through it. It might just be that Dance Sequence can draw a straight line from the 10 furlong start to the winning post and complete a treble for Godolphin. We'll find out whether she can in the Pride Stakes Group 3 with Ian.
They're off. They come away. Novus is the slowest of them away into stride here, and also Place of Safety is dropped in towards the back of the field as the red jacket of High Spirited is the first one to go on. Well back Lady Boba is the pink cap towards the right. On the extreme left is Higher Leaves, a blue cap there, followed by Latin Quarter in the Imperial Quarter in the grey jacket, white sleeves. Right in behind those, the grey Fakama. Racing with her is the dark blue jacket of Place of Safety in the white of Francophone. Off towards the right, Dance Sequence, the all blue colour. She's just about extreme right at the moment. Behind her is Sound Angela. Divina Grace in the yellow is with her. Right in the centre is Regal Jubilee, red and white jacket with a blue cap. Lanyard's further back, and last year's winner Novus, who started a little bit slowly, nose banded and cheek pieces on, should be about 5 from the right at the moment, is now banging contention. Further behind is Forever Blue, Verbier in black and white just at the back of the field, and Sound Angela towards the right in blue, yellow and pink with matching hood is also towards the back of the field. But now it's Higher Leaves who goes on with High Spirited running in second. Lady Boba and Novus and Divina Grace are close up, and with those Imperial Quarter. Francophone is next, and then comes Dance Sequence is followed in company with Alanya. Right over the far side running well then is Place of Safety in the dark blue and yellow. To the right is Sound Angela beginning to make some progress as they race down past the bushes, and as they do so, it's still probably just Higher Leaves to Lady Boba. Here now is Dance Sequence in the blue. She's taken third. High Spirited is next. Sound Angela coming into it as well. Verbier is trying to get through in the black and white over the far side running rail into the dip. Lady Boba leading to Sound Angela. Between the pair is Dance Sequence. Higher Leaves is still over the far side running rail, battling on well. Inside the final furlong, Lady Boba and Ross Orion have the advantage here, and it's going to be Lady Boba who wins. Sound Angela second. Behind those is Higher Leaves in third place, then Francophone and Verbier.
It's the 2 horses out of the Yarmouth race that have come to the fore here, but it was the 5th that day, Lady Boba, who's comfortably reversed the form with the winner, Sound Angela. Had a bit more pace to aim at, but Ross Orion allowed her to see a shot of the front soon enough, and she's boxed on really gamely at 5-1. The market was quite strong, and she's won in the colours of Andrew Rosen and Barry Schwartz. For the Arc de Triomphe winning trainer, Rafe Beckett, he'll never tired of being described thus. She was clear, daylight, and came through quite stylishly to win this race. Dance Sequence found really not very much for pressure. Having glided through the race just in behind the winner, she emptied out rather tamely, and it was Higher Leaves who initially made the winner work hard, and then ultimately Sound Angela, who came through to pose the most potent threat.
The first win of the season for Lady Berber. She's very likeable. She's stuck her head down in a race that tested stamina a good bit more than the Yarmouth race last time out. And the fact that they got racing and it wasn't quite so came. She's dug deep. She's fought them off. Dance Sequence, whether she needed the run, I don't know. You wouldn't think so from Charlie Appleby's yard. She's almost gone through the race, more like a miler, hasn't she, really? And maybe that's something they'll experiment back with again. She clearly has plenty of speed, and she's just emptied completely in the latter stages. But your winner didn't, Lady Berber. She kept on finding.
Higher Leaves has a nice pedigree. More important group race black type for her in third. If they want to keep her going, I think there are more nice races to be won with her.
Yeah, both Sound Angela and Higher Leave.
Yeah, and that Belgian Bandit form getting a bit of a boost with Desperate Dan winning the other day at Nottingham and
Right, we've had the last Newmarket. We've now got the last. Your B Frank is 11-2. On the River is 7-1. One More No More is 7-1. Feel the Need 17-2, as is Hectic and Mystery of the Sands, with a bit of money for the latter. 10-1 and bigger the rest. On the River, Chris has shortened up for Aidan Brooks and Harriet Bethel. And 11-2, B Frank still sits atop the betting. Nice big field again here. 7 furlongs at York. Chris.
Yeah, On the River very strong in the market, back down to the same rating as when winning at Ripon earlier on in the season. You were just making a bit of a case for B Frank?
Yeah, B Frank he's not been with Ian Williams too long. He's only had the 3 starts. But if you consider he started the season off 85, he's now down to 76. Ran well at Newmarket last time out behind Brunel Nation, was only beaten a length. Thought he was favourably treated. Like to think he hasn't got a bad draw in stall 7.
Yeah, I'd agree with all of that. He was one of 2 that I liked. The other one being One More No More, who I thought ran well at Doncaster last time out. Back up in trip won't be a problem for a horse who does stay a little bit further. Quite a competitive race. Feel the Need already a winner here this season in the mix as well. He's £5 higher in the weights than for that victory here back in May, after which he finished second of this kind of rating. Last 2 to go forward. Let's get up to the commentary box with thanks to Stuart Mitchin.
Last one coming in, Mystery of the Sands. Problems in stall 8 though. Another bar rearing up, just getting a bit upset. They're all in. The IRE incentive it pays to buy Irish Apprentice handicap. Few rearing. They're off. 7 furlongs, 18 of them. Mystery of the Sands, one of the slowest to get out. Dream Show missed it from stall 1 as well. Bajan Bandit in the red and grey is up there in the early stages with the nose banded Danzan and another bar in the green and yellow. And at the end of a furlong, it's another bar and Danzan who lead up. Chalet in the emerald green is going handy with Corey Glory and the hoops out wide. Then Mostar Dreams in the black and pink to Bajan Bandit, the red and grey, followed by On the River in a pink jacket. Hectic in the yellow will cut the corner, will be on the right on straightening, followed by No Nay Nicky. B Frank, striped sleeves of red and white, back in midfield behind the likes of Craven and Giselle Zizzy as they move towards halfway. Mystery's Hands is against the running rail on the right of the group. Miggy Magic the Greys towards the rear with Miss Emerald and Feel the Need. One More No More in the black and red is in the back. Third and Dream Show is last of all. Another bar in the green and yellow, leading him on down towards the last 2.5 furlongs. The nose banded Danzan is right alongside. Extreme right, Mystery of the Sands, purple and orange on the sleeves, is getting into this. And then in behind them, Bajan Bandit, Mostar Dreams towards the left down the centre. Giselle Zizzy in a red jacket is running on under pressure. Feel the Need in the blue and yellow is plugging on from the back as well. Extreme left. Inside the furlong, Danzan struck the front. Here's On the River in the pink challenging. Then Mostar Dreams, Bajan Bandit and Feel the Need, who's still finishing off. On the River and Danzan fighting out the finish, and On the River is coming home strongest here. On the River beats Danzan, Bajan Bandit, Mystery of the Sands, and Never Nearer, but still running on, Feel the Need.
on the river. Well back takes the last for Harriet Bethel and Aidan Brooks. 11-2 favourite in the end. The money just poured on this son of Herat, who has got the better of Danzan into second. Belgian Bandit was in third. Mystery of the Sands over on the far side has grabbed fourth, ahead of Feel the Need, who is the fifth horse home. But the winner was very, very strong in the market, and he's very strong through the line, having responded really willingly to pressure.
He picks up really well, doesn't he? Yeah, had a good year last year where he won on 4 occasions. That's his third win of 2024 as well. He's just about to reel in Danzan, who's run really well. He got a positive ride. He was up there from the outset, but as you said, the winner's very strong at the line. Put behind that run at Ponty last time out, back to 7 furlongs, back on slow ground. I think that's probably the key to him. He's really enjoyed the conditions.
Yep, and he's won it going away in the end. We'll take it from the start. Keep an eye on the run of Feel the Need, who comes out of stall 11. The reason for keeping an eye on him, just bear in mind the way that the sprint races have developed. The bigger fields one this afternoon, and how that centre to far side of the track has really dominated. And he's come round much more towards this side up the straight and finished off better than most. I think he's worth marking up, given where he's ended up on the straight compared to, I'm sure, better ground. Jason Hart was saying that he thinks it's quicker up there. They were coming right over earlier on in the afternoon, but as soon as you got a bigger field sprint, it was dominated by the low-drawn horses, and Feel the Need's right towards the back now, and he runs on really well.
He's come from a long way back, so he got slightly hampered when they turned in as well, got shuffled back even more. He's only got that 2 behind him, then he'd be pulled out and starts to stay on. Loads of speed early from Danzan, no surprise there, he's invariably up there. Another front runner was Another Bar. He was fairly handy. He's probably better over 6 furlongs. The winner's starting his run now. He's got the gap and he's beginning to pick up in the pink colours. And Feel the Need, as you say, he's coming more this near side.
Yeah, the winner just hangs left a little bit late on, but doesn't stop him carrying on going forward, and he sees the race out well. Belgian Bandit, he's
getting there now.
Yeah,
isn't he? He's got better with every single start this season. He's well handicapped on the pick of last year's form. Good form round here. Obviously, this is the penultimate meeting, so he won't be back at York this season, but he's definitely a well handicapped horse compared to the beginning of the year.
You can see it very much dominated by
the flag is raised. Walking forward now, and they're off. The 3 Years Leisure Motorhome Caravan Sales Handicap Hurdle is run over 2 miles, and it sees 1 more for the road away quickly, and will have the lead as they cross over the first of the 8 flights. Washington, the favourite, was over in second, racing keenly in the early stages. Jin Coco is in third, and then Soaring Glory, who's covered up between horses towards the near side, Lupus Regum. Next in the field is Don Lavon, and way to with at the back is Starman. So they race now down towards the turn by the stables. 1 more for the road, and Jack Quinlan have the lead over Washington. Paul O'Brien racing in second in the early stages. And then on the inside, Jin Coco. Around the outside, Lupus Regum. Then there's a break of a length to Soaring Glory as they now begin to race uphill to the back straight. Further length and a half back to Don Lavon and the grey Starman. So it is 1 more for the road. On the inside, the checks of Washington to the outer. The moment Washington still inclined to over-race. He's very keen as they make the run into the back straight. Now he's moved alongside 1 more for the road. Very little between these two. Their private battles carry them 2 lengths clear of Soaring Glory, who is now taken third, as Washington rather wanders going in to flight number 2. Straighter over it was 1 more for the road, and there's a very short run towards the next flight, and 1 more for the road now establishes the lead once again of over a length. Washington a little low in second, Jin Coco in third. Soaring Glory also didn't get very high at that flight, in 4th position as they go over the third of the obstacles taken down the back straight. and on now towards what will be the fourth from home. Still about a mile from home. They're at halfway. One more for the road, and Jack Quinlan now with a lead of a length and a half over Washington, who took that in second. Jin Coco in third. Soaring Glory in fourth. Already just been niggled along is Lupus Regum in fifth position. Then Don Lavon, and on the inside the Grey Starman. So racing downhill at this point towards the end of the back straight. One more for the road. Now leads by a length to Washington in second position. A length and a half away. Jin Coco just has third ahead of Soaring Glory, the previous course and distance winner. Then Lupus Regum, and then the grey on the inside Starman and Don Lavon as they now go around that bottom turn and now about to enter the final 5 furlongs. Still travelling well in front is one more for the road. Only a half length away, however, is Washington in second. Then a length and a half back to Jin Coco, who creeps a little bit closer. Soaring Glory, however, is now being ridden along in fourth position. Likewise, Starman has taken fifth, but he too is being ridden along. Then Don Lavon, and tailed off now at the back of the field is Lupus Regum. Racing now on towards the final half mile and the third last flight of hurdles. And at that flight, it was on the far side. Third. They've opened up a break now over Soaring Glory in fourth position. Down now towards the final 3 furlongs and the final 2 flights of hurdles. Washington travelling well on the near side. On the far side, one more for the road, but one more for the road. Still had the lead. Now Washington is asked for an effort, and Jin Coco flew that flight of hurdles, and that's put in banging contention as they make the run down the hill. Pulled up before 2 out was Lupus Regum. So now they're inside the final furlong and a half. Jin Coco now comes through to edge the lead over Washington in second. No more from one more for the road. They're now coming down towards the final flight. Jin Coco on the near side. Over on the far side is Washington. These two now duel inside the final half furlong. Washington now just edges the lead over Jin Coco.
Pete's another one who's been struggling of late, was tailed off behind Someone's Wish here at the meeting 3 weeks ago. The top horse here for John McConnell is quite lightly raced for a 7-year-old. He was well beaten behind Portnaku earlier on in the year. Portnaku, one of the real success stories of the year here at Downpatrick, completing a hat-trick in our 3rd race this afternoon for veteran trainer Harry Smith. Not sure Harry's looked too much further than today with Portnaku. All his wins have come here at Downpatrick, and this obviously the last meeting of the year here, so he'll have to find something elsewhere for him for his next outing. Horse in the headgear there, just in the foreground, is Red Ball of Fire, trained by Mark McNiff. Just hearing James saying the tape is being drawn across, so shouldn't be too much longer before we're underway, hopefully, here for this 5:05 contest. Just a minute behind schedule now. Decent crowd in, actually, for the final meeting of 2024 at Downpatrick. And of course, the action will resume here in March with the Randox Health Ulster National. Right of shot there is Mephisto. Jerry Keane trains Mephisto. He was amongst the winners earlier on in the week at Galway. Good chat with Jerry after that, giving a positive update on stable star Crystal Black, hoping that he'll be back ready to run in the early part of the 2025 season. And I think we're ready to roll.
To show in company with Gino Drummer Boy, and Hardy Diamond and Boom Slang is also handy as they make their run towards the first fence in this beginner's chase. And just about the overall leader is Poet's Cottage. So at the first, Poet's Cottage to Boom Slang. The final 2 are Mr. Wilson and Mephisto, but Poet's Cottage, Boom Slang, Hardy Diamond, Eco Pete, High City Roller, Red Ball of Fire. Back on the inside is Gino Drummer Boy with Andy's Flame, the best turned out, and then a break to Mephisto and company with Mr. Wilson, as they have a long run before they leave the ground again at the Denvers of Downpatrick Beginners Chase. And Poet's Cottage has the lead. Two in second, Eco Pete. In third on the inside, Boom Slang in company with High City Roller and Red Ball of Fire. And then tracking that is Hardy Diamond and Andy's Flame. Gino Drummer Boy, but Poets Cottage in the colours of the Sloans. Two in second place, Eco Pete for Better Days Syndicate. And third, High City Roller for Peaky Blinder Syndicate, who's just ahead of Red Ball of Fire for the Sligo Sopranos. Then Boom Slang for Maria Maiko, John Wade's Bloodstock manager. And then Andy's Flame for the Kiernans in company with Hardy Diamond, running in trainer Gordon Elliott's Royal Blue with a gold stag's head. But Poets Cottage just slipping the field a little bit to about 5 lengths. High City Roller, Red Ball of Fire, Eco Pete and Boom Slang. And then behind, and a chance taken there by High City Roller. Behind Boom Slang, likewise, Eco Pete, Andy's Flame the Grey, Hardy Diamond, and the final trio, Mephisto the Grey, Gino Drummer Boy, and Mr. Wilson. So down towards these two fences, located quite close to each other, and it's Poe's Cottage by about 8 to High City Roller, Red Ball of Fire, Eco Pete. And then in fourth place is Boom Slang, Andy's Flame, Hardy Diamond, Gino Drummer Boy, Mephisto, and Mr. Wilson. But the dark blue and yellow silks is Poet's Cottage. Two in second place, the emerald green and yellow starred jacket of High City Roller. The blinkers on the outside, the maroon and white, a Red Ball of Fire. Then the green with the black hoop sleeves of Boom Slang with the sheepskin noseband. One of the Radiant Party from Rebecca Menzies' Howd Hill stables. Then Eco Pete with the white face, and behind the blue is Hardy Diamond. Then the grey horse Andy's Flame. And the red, white and royal blue of Mephisto has Gino Drummer Boy in the yellow and green, and Mr. Wilson in the royal blue and pink behind it. So Poets Cottage still has a good lead of about half a dozen lengths in the hands of Sam Ewing. To in second place, High City Roller for Sean Flanagan. Boom Slang and Ross Chapman on the outside of Eco Pete, Simon Tarns, and Red Ball of Fire, Keen Quirk. As Poets Cottage jumping fence to fence, High City Roller, Boom Slang, then Red Ball of Fire, Eco Pete slightly slow through the air. Then behind races Andy's Flame, Hardy Diamond, Mephisto, and Mr. Wilson has relegated Gino Drummer Boy to the rear of the field. Nigh on double digits clear now is Poets Cottage, who was very brave at that, to Boom Slang in second, High City Roller, then Red Ball of Fire, Andy's Flame, Eco Pete and Hardy Diamond. Off the bridle is Gino Drummer Boy, who's looking on at both Mr. Wilson and Mephisto. Long run once again before they leave the ground of the Denvers of Downpatrick Beginners Chase, and Poets Cottage getting a breather. Two in second, Boom Slang and High City Roller. Then a break of 4 to Red Ball of Fire, Andy's Flame, Hardy Diamond on the inside of Eco Pete, and Mephisto getting closer. Mr. Wilson and Gino's Drummer Boy, who's off the bridle. But our leader continues to be Poets Cottage for trainer Noel Mead. Two in second, Rebecca Menzies, Boom Slang to High City Roller for Liz Doyle. Then Red Ball of Fire for Mark McNiff at the highest point of the track, and they begin to freewheel. Poets Cottage coming back to the field. Boom Slang second with the sheepskin noseband, High City Roller. Red Ball of Fire, Andy's Flame, Mephisto, and Hardy Diamond. Downhill they race, and our leader, Poets Cottage, by about 3 to Boom Slang in second place, High City Roller, then Red Ball of Fire, Hardy Diamond running on in company with Andy's Flame, Mr. Wilson through the field, but now only a length between our leading pair, Poets Cottage and Boom Slang. Then comes Hardy Diamond getting much closer. Poets Cottage is off the bridle, 2 in second, Boom Slang. Then comes Hardy Diamond at the next, and landing with a good advantage there, Boom Slang. Out jumped Poets Cottage into second, Hardy Diamond, Mr. Wilson. Then comes Red Ball of Fire and Andy's Flame, but Boom Slang now very quickly joined by Hardy Diamond. Mr. Wilson going for the run on the inside down towards the second last, and it's Boom Slang, Hardy Diamond, Ross Chapman to Jack Kennedy. Then comes in third Mr. Wilson and Andy's Flame, Red Ball of Fire the second last, and Boom Slang duly obliged to jockey Ross Chapman's urgings. To in second is Hardy Diamond very quickly off the bridle, losing Gino's Drummer Boy out the back, but Boom Slang is away and gone. Boom Slang 2 in second, Hardy Diamond, Andy's Flame and Mr. Wilson as they meet the climb in the Denvers of Downpatrick Beginners Chase, and Boom Slang hands and heels. 2 in second, Hardy Diamond.
has got there. She maybe a little bit green in front and just went down to one who was well supported in the market and one who was fully expected to get off the mark under the penalty, having won at Newmarket the time before. They are supporting others in and around. I half expected Arabian Summer to come in for a little bit of support, given his page. The likes of Nobo and Turgeon have close relations. But it looks like Maysara is coming in. I thought she needs to settle down a bit, personally. From 2, it's highly likely that she'll be able to take a lead from there. Jack Mitchell was saying in our interview afterwards on Racing TV Extra, after Spherical took Division 1, that was actually the plan with his filly there. And in fact, this is a very different makeup in terms of 2 divisions. Couldn't get 2 divisions more different, because the top 2 in the market had at least 4 runs worth of experience coming into this. There's no runner in here with more than 2 runs. Maysara could leave her form well behind. It's back like she might be able to. So Sassy's interesting. I thought she was going to need to take a step up. I thought she'd be an interesting one for the frame. Of the others, there are plenty in here who've cost plenty of money, and I imagine Connections would have hoped they'd come out sooner. The likes of a Bermuda Longtail, who cost 220,000 at the Breeze Ups. There clearly has been some kind of hold up. And Remember the Bear as well, who's had no market support, just heading in now. Looking at this race, I thought Jetty's Run would be quite hard to beat. I thought Stall 8, she showed pace last time. I didn't think a wide draw should be the barrier to success here. And just a few in and around. Friday again was first down to post, just a little bit on the toes, the favourite. But hopefully she will be installed. I'd imagine the plan will be to head forward, try and slot in, and make use of that experience. With Jetty's Run now installed into 8. Friday again, we'll head forward. Let's join Simon Holt, Division 2.
Again, just about into the stalls, they're set. Division 2 of the Unibet 0% Mission Fillies Novice Stakes, and away they go. On the outside, Bermuda Longtail slightly away from the others in the early strides. Going forward, Gonna Fly Now, black with the yellow cap, and Maysara and Arabian Summer for Godolphin up the inside. Jetty's Run, the favourite, about 7th, something like that in the early stages as they round the right-hander. Gonna Fly Now from Maysara, and Bermuda Longtail on the outside in the noseband. Going very wide is Friday again. Jetty's Run just tracking Bermuda Longtail to the outside of Remember the Bear, and on the inside Arabian Summer. And then further back in the field then to So Sassy, choreographic round the inside of Friday again, and In Suspense at the back of the field. Into the home straight, 2.5 left to run, and Maysara on the far side of Gonna Fly Now. They're tracked through by Arabian Summer. Behind these Bermuda Longtail. Now Jetty's Run begins a charge down the outside, has to be pushed along. Choreographic runs on. Maysara leads the way to Arabian Summer. Here comes Jetty's Run with Bermuda Longtail as they run inside the final furlong. Maysara just clinging on. Jetty's Run now charging with Bermuda Longtail as they race up towards the line, and Jetty's Run is just going to do enough. Jetty's Run from Bermuda Longtail, and then Maysara, So Sassy, and choreographic.
Jetty's Run off the mark at the second attempt. Uneasy in the market, but had to form in the book. Standout form, really, having been placed over course and distance on her debut. And while it didn't go to plan, I'd imagine, early in the race, it certainly has once the winning post has come. And she's got off the mark at the second attempt. And a nice performance in the end. She'll have learned plenty from it. A big run from the debutant Bermuda Longtail in there, who was really mixing it with some big runners in there. Jason Watson's got a nice tune of her, and has had to break from stall 10 as well. A lot to like about that performance. In the early part of the race, you were just maybe a little bit worried if you'd taken a short price about Jetty's Run, who broke like it was her debut, in all honesty. I was expecting her to not necessarily ping out, but at least show that she'd learnt from that debut and kick on and be able to cop a good position. That absolutely wasn't the case, and she's had to take a lead in the end. There were some novice runners out the back as they got to that first turn, and once they've really got down to it, she's been able to run on particularly nicely. Maysara's run a good race on third run. That will set her nicely up for handicaps. Really had all of the favours though down on the rail as well, even though she has shown an improved performance. I think one of them to take out is definitely Bermuda Longtail, coming in this off the back of, well, no runs going into it. Andrew Balding's a charge. He was an expensive breeze up perch, Zane, and well enough related. So you fancy that there might be a little bit more to come from her. But Jetty's run had the experience in the book and has justified 5-4 favouritism in the end.
Run when finishing fourth behind what looks a smart filly of Henry de Bromhead's Holly's Graces.
Yeah, kept on well as well when outpaced, stuck to her task well. Shaped that day like a mile would suit her well, but this race here today for obviously she qualifies for, stepped up nicely from a debut run over 6 furlongs as well. Just think there might be one or two more with a bit more scope here, but look, she's a filly I think will definitely win a race, whether based on her last run, should they get a suitable opportunity.
Shelby Anna got into stall 17. There is the Joshua O'Brien, a newcomer, Meg's a Star. Dylan Brown McMonigal on board going into stall 2 with the filly in the Parade beforehand, cost 135 grand as a yearling. And number 1, Abbott Street by Phoenix of Spain, 17 grand yearling. That was a 6 furlong winner. Makes her debut here. Coming in stall 15 for Dave Mernan. 2 left, 2 go in. Varner being one of those. Peter Hare is a commentator. Let's get up to him for the first time.
Goddaughter into stall number 8. She's in, all appear loaded. And they're off. And this 2-year-old filly's maiden over 7 furlongs. I can imagine prominent in the early stages. Run Maggie Run is close up. Réponse Finale also in the firing line in the early stages with Jungle Peace. As they sort themselves out, having covered more than a furlong. Run Maggie Run towards the inside. In the stripes, Réponse Finale, I can imagine, is close up. Just behind them on the inside is Proxima Centauri, improving up on the outer Varner as they reach the far turn and begin the approach to the straight. Run Maggie Run leads by a length and a half. Varner up on the outside of I Can Imagine on the and on their inner is Meg's a Star as they swing for home with over 2.5 furlongs to race. The yellow and green colours of Run Maggie Run. In the centre, I Can Imagine. Out to the left, Varner with the orange cap challenging Jungle Peace. With the noseband one from the left is Made You Blush. Coming there over towards the far side, Proxima Centauri, but with a furlong and a half to race. I Can Imagine in the centre of the course, battling it out with Jungle Peace towards the near side. Proxima Centauri over on the extreme far side, Meg's a Star, and Shelby Anna coming home well down the near side. Well inside the final furlong, spread across the track. Meg's a Star on the far side, Shelby Anna. Meg's a Star will win it from Shelby Anna in second, Jungle Peace third.
Yeah, she was one of the standouts in the Brethren beforehand, and Megs the Star gets off the mark. First time of asking, All-American pedigree, collected, of course, was a dirt performer, won the Pacific Classic Stallion. And as we said beforehand, we don't know much about collected, but this filly has done it nicely on debut from Shelby Anna, who's come down the outside to finish second for Johnny Markle and Jamie Powell.
Yeah, Shelby Anna's back to the promise that showed in debut more than her second run, Kevin, but the winner down towards the inside has done well here today. She's swept down towards the far side of the track as well. Shelby Anna and a disappointing Made You Blush, both of them made a move around Varner, who had shown a lot of pace early on from wide draw to go forward, and a revelation in the middle who did admittedly show promise on debut, the orange cap Paul Nonser and Jungle Peace, boxing on well for Ronan Wheel on this occasion, but is nailed late on initially by the horse in the Aga Khan colours on the near side. Shelby Anna finished off well, but the momentum and the best finisher was down towards the inside. Really good performance by the winner. We don't see too many winners come down towards the inside nowadays at Dundalk, especially the last couple of weeks since we started racing back here in the evenings, but it's been no detriment to this filly being down towards the inner. She's ran pretty much straight and true with not a lot of help to bring her into the race. All the action developing more towards the middle.
Knockout, who took off in second, but he didn't get very high, and he's now been shuffled back to third. Illogical Logic is racing in fourth position in the very early stages, and then towards the outside is School Days Over, who is racing in fifth. Belgarum is in sixth, and then Heir to the Throne seventh in the early stages. Innisfree Lad is next. Then there's a break of a couple of lengths, maybe 3 lengths, opening up to on the inside Rouge de la Quest, who is racing alongside Puddles in the Park. Then a further length and a half to the Almost White Good Work, a further 2.5 lengths to Roll With It, and at the back of the field is J'ai Trop La Classe. Into the home straight they come for the first time, and on now towards fence number 3. Alice Stevens and Rockin' a Storm will have the lead as they go over this next plain fence, and they all stream over it safely. Racing in second is Unwanted Attention, followed in third position by Illogical Logic, who improves. On that one's outside School Days Over as they go over the open ditch. They all jump that one okay. And on now towards the middle fence in the home straight. Fence number 5, another plain one. Rockin' a Storm, joined now by Unwanted Attention towards the stand side. There was only a neck or so between them as they crossed over that particular fence. In third, with the pink cap, is School Days Over, racing alongside Lockout, and over on the far side, Illogical Logic as they go over another plain one. Bad mistake there by Belgarum. Hit that fence very hard and landed awkwardly. Was passed in the air by Heir to the Throne. Then Innisfree Lad, racing on the outside of Rouge de la Quest as they go over the fence, which will be the last in a circuit's time. So one more circuit to go in the David Pipe Racing Conditional Jockeys Handicap Chase, and to the outside it's Unwanted Attention, who now has a head in front. Over, Rockin' a Storm, who races in second. Lockout is in third. In fourth position is School Days Over. Then a length and a half back to Illogical Logic, who is racing in fifth. Improving, Heir to the Throne is now in sixth. Having made that blunder in the home straight, Belgarum is in seventh. Innisfree Lad is in eighth. Towards the inside, Rouge de la Quest is racing in ninth. Puddles in the Park is 10th, with for company Good Work around that one's outside. Still, J'ai Trop La Classe is at the rear of the field together with Roll With It, and now they make the climb towards the back straight. So going towards halfway, and the leader getting away from them. The leader is Unwanted Attention in the hands of Ned Fox. There's now opened up a lead of some 6 lengths over Rockin' a Storm and Alice Stevens in second. The well-back Lockout and Gerard Harney in third position as now they make the run towards the first of the 6 fences taken in the back straight. Unwanted Attention comes towards the next, skips over it, still with a lead of 8 lengths over Rockin' a Storm, who was over in second. Lockout is in third. In fourth is School Days Over. Then on the outside, Heir to the Throne, as the leader is already over the open ditch. Watching them stream over it, there was a very bad mistake by Good Work, who's now dropped to last place, and Roll With It is now last but one, and the others now going over the next plain one. Slightly uphill at this point for Unwanted Attention. attention. Has no attention from the others, however. Clear by the best part of 10 lengths over that to Rocking a Storm in second, Lockout in third, School Days Over in fourth, and Heir to the Throne in fifth position. And on now towards the two fences taken on the downhill run to the end of the back straight. Another good jump by Unwanted Attention, the leader over that. It carries him now into a 12-length lead over Rocking a Storm, who took it in second. Lockout is in third. At the back of the field, looks as though Good Work is eased and will very shortly be pulled up. I think he is just going to jump this fence. He has, but he is now about a furlong behind the leader, who is Unwanted Attention, who goes into that bottom turn. Rocking a Storm is in second. In third is Lockout, still improving. Heir to the Throne in fourth position. 2 lengths away is Illogical Logic, who made the turn in fifth, now being ridden along. School Days Over is in sixth. Belgarum is in seventh. From a long way back, J'ai Trop Plaque Class has passed a few. They're then being followed by Rouge de la Quest. After Rouge de la Quest is Innisfree Lad. Around the outside, Roll With It. The red colours also now beginning to try and get involved. And then dropping away is Puddles in the Park, who's never laid the glove on them. And right out the very back of the field is Good Work. Down now towards the first in the home straight. The fifth from home, and Rocking a Storm comes through to lead now to Lockout in second. The long-time leader Unwanted Attention has dropped back to third position. In the centre of the course, Heir to the Throne continues to stay on, and that was the final open ditch, and that was the to Rocking a Storm in second. Now Rouge de la Quest is staying on into third. In fourth is Heir to the Throne as the leader Lockout goes over the third last. He's still got a last, however, 2.5 furlongs. 2 more fences to take. Lockout has the lead, racing down towards 2 out. He didn't get very high. In second is Rouge de la Quest with every chance. Rocking a Storm is in third, and these 3 are a long way clear of the fourth, who is Heir to the Throne. Here's the final fence. Lockout by a length and a half to Rouge de la Quest in second place. Held now in third is Rocking a Storm. A half furlong to go. It is Lockout who has the lead. It's still a length and a half over Rouge de la Quest in second. And the David Pipe Racing Conditional Jockeys Handicap Chase goes the David Pipe trained Lockout. Ridden home by Gerard Harney to win. In second place came Rouge de la Quest, followed home in third by Rocking a Storm.
Rudy Cottrell still with the lead. 2 in second, Okadango Boy. Edgewell has travelled into the race onto the heels of the leader. Greenhall Machine, Smithy Bacall. And then on the inside, Father Gilligan's Voyage, Mullimore Wave. But Greenhall Machine likes it here, is getting much closer as Okadango Boy, Edgewell. Rudy Cottrell now comes under the pump. Smithy Bacall trying to be humoured into closer position. Greenhall Machine on the outside, Mullimore Wave. Then comes Bear With Me Now, Father Gilligan's Voyage, and pulling up is a girl called Chloe is Okadango Boy. 3 wide on the outside in the pink and black for Matthew Cheevers. On the inside is Edgewell for John Wade, and then comes Rudy Cottrell in third. Greenhall Machine's getting closer, and in behind Smithy McCall and Mullimore Wave will keep going. Edgewell by a neck. Okadango Boy staying on a second wind is Rudy Cottrell. At the third last, Edgewell soared over that and is now 3 to the good. Over in second, Okadango Boy. Mullimore Wave don't rule out Rudy Cottrell, Greenhall Machine and Smithy McCall as they come down towards the second last fence, and our leader is Edgewell to Okadango Boy. Mullimore Wave into third, Rudy Cottrell, Greenhall Machine down towards the second last in the Rebecca Menzies 40 winners and counting for John Wade handicap chase, and it's her own Edgewell gone there. Unseated rider Okadango Boy as Edgewell leads the field down towards the final fence, giving chases Mullimore Wave at the last. Again big and bold, slow there was Mullimore Wave, and as Edgewell heads for home, Mullimore Wave will relish the hill. Greenhall Machine, Rudy Cottrell, Smithy Bacall, Father Gilligan's Voyage, everything else pulled up inside the final furlong, and Edgewell is being pushed clear. Another hands and heels for Mullimore Wave giving chase in second, and you can rename the final race to Rebecca Menzies Racing. 41 winners and counting for John Wade handicap. Edgewell scores 2 on the day for the British. Second, Mullimore Wave. Third is going to be possibly Rudy Cottrell. Rudy Cottrell gets third. Fourth, Greenhall Machine and Smithy Bacall, Father Gilligan's Voyage.
Well, what a great day it's been for Rebecca Menzies and John Wade. And the double completed for the stable here. In the race, they sponsor themselves. Edgewell jumping superbly to score at odds of 4 to 1 the favourite, coming from the back of the field to take it up as they made their way down the hill for the final time, and really putting his stamp on proceedings from that point on. One of his closest pursuers did disappear admittedly Okadango boy, but Edgewell was in pole position at that stage, having out-jumped that rival at the previous fence. And he's gone on to spark further great scenes of celebration here for the visitors. And as James rightly said in commentary, it's 41 minutes now for Rebecca, for owner John Wade. Her landlord Edgewell gaining a breakthrough win here at odds of 4-1. And the season at Patrick coming to a close in tremendous fashion there. Mother War Wave, best of the rest in second. And Rudy Cottrell, the old boy, keeping on grimly as is his wont, back in third.
Sometimes that's just what you need for these 0 to 55s, just the promise of a horse being able to repeat their form. One that has been drifting is James Fanshaw's number 1, Help Me Rhonda. Kaya Fraser, what a day he had at Ayr just yesterday. He was banging in winners left, right and centre on his first trip there, and now he's been enlisted to try and get Help Me Rhonda a win for James. Not been with the yard too long, she's only made the switch over the midsummer. 2 runs for the yard. They've been solid. Both runs over 7 at Wolverhampton. Did see her out the frame. Well, she has dropped a pound or 2 to 55. She also dropped down a grade as well, from 0 to 65 to 0 to 55. And Connections are stepping her up to the mile as well. That's a trip she placed over before when with Fozzie Stack. And she does make appeal in a weak race. You can absolutely see the case. Spirit Charmer you can see at 66 to 1. That felt like a horse who really could go either way. She hasn't shown enough to suggest that a mark of 50 is ready to be exploited, but it's one of those that you wouldn't be bowled over if she wasn't given who she was representing. As they tick around, Penalty Shootout is very interesting because he hasn't looked in love with the game, in love with his job in recent starts. He's 0 from 9. He placed at Nottingham in the spring off 59, but he's just not looked in any kind of form like that in 5 starts since. He beat just 1 rival home in his last couple. Maybe the all-weather would help him. They've left the headgear off him that he's worn in his last couple of starts. You just want to be seeing signs of encouragement in his run before you were supporting him. That's just me, though. That's not the people that have supported him into 11 to 2. Ash Wednesday, coming into this from stall 1, I wondered if he might be the pace angle. He's trying the mile for the first time. But there's hope on the pedigree that Amar should be well within reach. Outstrip out of a Nayef mare. The dam was a course and distance winner here in 2019. And while there was I couldn't see a guaranteed front runner in here. He's drawn 1. I thought Jack might try and do it for the second time on the evening and try and make all as he did with Spherical in Division 1 of our Fillies Novice a little bit earlier. Ash Wednesday does have a potential upside in a weak race. He can be keen, would be a potential thing. Number 7 in behind, Sherry Hill, a filly for Dominic French-Davis. Finley Marsh taking the ride. She won over course and distance here in a 7-furlong nursery last September. She's down to 50. She's markedly down in grade, having taken in a 0 to 68 last time. Whoop, whoop, Tom Ward's charge winning that race off 67. So she's facing nothing of that ilk. And Connections step her up in trip as well. I thought she was another one who was within a shout. She's also £8 below her last winning mark. It's a tricky race to work out. I think solid form in the book does Black Lion bring into this race. And he's hoping that he manages to get a setup that he wants. He was able to break well from 4 and be able to get a lead into it. Penalty shootout will be the last who's come in for good support for the Rod Millman team. Let's get up to Simon Holt.
Penalty shootout, the last in the Unibet Support Safe Gambling handicap over a mile at the entrance to the back straight. And they're off. And a pretty level one with, on the inside, Ash Wednesday going forward in the very early stages. Also were there Cherry Hill, and on the wide outside is Spirit Charmer as they race through the first furlong. Ash Wednesday, Match Anthem right there now, then Spirit Charmer and Penalty Shootout and Sold the Dream in the bright green on the inside in 5th place. Couple of lengths to Cherry Hill, followed by Charles Morin and Wee Barato, and then Help Me Rhonda. Further back is Northstead Gardens, about 5th last. Followed by Silver Shamrock. Towards the rear, Serendipitous Lady, also Black Lion, and Run Joy Run is last of all. Into the right-hander, Spirit Charmer has come through to lead now from Ash Wednesday, and Match Anthem. Match Anthem just second ahead of Ash Wednesday as they run round this turn. They are tracked then by Penalty Shootout in the blue sleeves. Round the inside, Sold the Dream from the white blaze, Cherry Hill. Under pressure, Charles Morin. Back in the midfield from Wee Barato, who's out wide. Then Help Me Rhonda. Northstead Gardens is being asked for more. Further back then is Serendipitous Lady from Black Lion, well off the pace with Run Joy Run, and on the inside, Silver Shamrock. Entering the final 2 furlongs, Spirit Charmer taken on by Ash Wednesday on the far side. They are 2 lengths clear of Sold the Dream. Cherry Hill trying to run on, so too Charles Morin now, who's beginning to gather stride, but it's Ash Wednesday that took it up, passing the furlong marker from Spirit Warning. Cherry Hill out wide. Northstead Gardens is making late progress, and Charles Morin, and also Help Me Rhonda dashing home with Cherry Hill, and Help Me Rhonda going to get up by the looks of things. Help Me Rhonda, Cherry Hill, both trying to wear down Ash Wednesday. Northstead Gardens staying on down the outside from Sold the Dream, Charles Morin, and late headway too from Black Lion.
He's hot property at the moment. Kai Fraser had a great day up at air, and it looks like he steered Help Me Rhonda to a first success for any Connections and of win on 3rd start for James Fanshawe. Dropped into this grade, and she's made it count. Really nice performance. Emily Jones has called a photo officially on that evidence, though. Help Me Rhonda is off the mark and has just got the better of the very well backed Charles Morin. Sorry, the Cherry Hill just behind in for second, with Ash Wednesday on the far side. Apologies for that. We'll take it back to the start. Ash Wednesday, the aforementioned front runner. We mentioned he can be keen. He absolutely was in the early stages, and Jack Mitchell was at pains just to try and settle him. Spirit Charmer coming over to give him a lead actually has probably helped his chances ultimately. Spirit Charmer, who led last time at Lingfield and wasn't able to capitalise. It's been the same again. They've gone quite hard in the early stages. Sub 12 seconds for 0 to 55 horses over a mile would be quick enough, and you half wondered if it was going to play into those who were closing. Kai Fraser, look at his position. Midfield, back on the rail. He wants nothing of the early gallop, and he's trying to settle Help Me Rhonda as well. Spirit Charmer taking them along. Let's get the confirmation.
First, number 1, Help Me Rhonda.
Help Me Rhonda confirmed.
7, third number 12, and the 4th place horse, number 5. So the provisional result.
So we pick him up with Ash Wednesday sitting in the box seat. Spirit Charmer's about to fade. He's tracked the winner through. Kaya, at this point, he's got to find his passage through, and he's going to take a bold route. He could have tried to switch to the outside, but that would have forfeited a bit of ground, and he's got some horse in. He's confident that they're coming back to him at a time where I think if you backed him, you might have been wondering. 0 to 55 horses can flatter to deceive very much. So there's Penalty Shootout mixing it as well. The winner's at just about to pass him. And Sold the Dream has run a slightly eye-catching race. He's unexposed, and going forward he might have more to offer. He cost plenty as a young horse, but it is just Help Me Rhonda in the end, under Kai Fraser, for James Fanshawe, who has managed to get the head down where it mattered and time the challenge to perfection as well. A no-show from Blackline, who had solid form coming into this, was settled at the back. Really should have been a race which should have played into his strengths. It hasn't even been that he hasn't had a charmed run through. He just hasn't been able to get on terms, and that's a backward step for him. And you would hope maybe a return to his favoured Wolverhampton might help him, and maybe that he'd be hoping that they'd be going a stride quicker than they did. But it is a nice performance from Help Me Rhonda. With Fozzie Stack, had shown a bit of promise, placed over this trip at Limerick in June, when fancied enough to do so. Only third of 6 on that occasion though, and she might have more to offer. It's a long winter. She's won this off 55, and this opens up new options for her as well. As a 3-year-old filly, she's going to have a plethora of chances, and she has got off the mark at the 8th attempt under Kaya for James Fanshawe.
For the latest edition of the Friday Club. Fran, what can we look forward to this evening? We've got some good racing, some competitive open racing, isn't there?
Yeah, it really is, Kevin. A little bit light in runners in the better races, but you can nearly make a case for any of the runners in them races as well. That 7 furlong mile race, I think, is a cracking handicap. So it is. You got 2 really improving 3-year-olds. Tokenomics, trained by Dave Marnane, really good win at the Cur recently. Showed a really good turn of foot to win at that occasion. Ran a cracker at York's Ebor meeting as well prior to that, and a very strong handicap, where he may well have just found himself on the wrong part of the track. Far side rail, was definitely the one to be with, and Tokenomics and Buccaneer Spirit claimed here, in the July meeting?
Grand, I think.
Yeah, and he's won 2 out 3, and he's improving fastly. He ran behind Shigar 2 starts ago, who reopposed tonight. He's an interesting type as well, former winner in the UK, Shigar, but I just think Buccaneer Spirit and Tokenomics as 2 3-year-olds are open to further improvement. Hard to split them, bit of pace on that race should suit both of their style of running as well. Both like to take a lead as well, and that 1.5 mile handicap race, 6 cracking race as well. Squire Danaher 3 from 6 in the all-weather. Really good win last time, and he beat Miss Paloma, runs her final race of the evening. She's the one I like most as a bet all evening.
Okay, well, that answers my next question to you. What's the Fran Berry bet of the night? Miss Paloma in the last, it obviously is.
I think it's a night for the favourites, actually, in some respects. Like Miss Paloma, I think she's very, very solid. I think Squire Danner is very solid in the 6th race, given the way the race could make up for him as well. Hard split Tokenomics and Buccaneer Spirit as well. And we'll go with all Punk Poet. He's only 7, but I think he's got a good setup in the 3rd race tonight each way as well. This race interesting, Kevin. The horse trained by Ger Lyons there in shot, Gwendor, isn't it? And he shaped better than the bare result on his 2 runs to date. Looks like he can handle the surface, I think, on the all-weather. He's the one I like, perhaps against a horse we've not seen for a length of time going in, I Am Me. And Elusive Duke, his race for Kevin Coleman has worked out very well at Cork when he was 2nd on debut, the 3rd and the 4th. Running very well and winning since then.
And the winner, was 2nd in the Star Appeal here last Friday, Comanche Brave.
Exactly, so cracking race.
Beautiful.
7 furlongs in the early stages. Towards the inside, the early leader is 6:30. Glendor is close up on the outer, just behind him. In the white and blue is Mighty Day, grey, Elusive Duke towards the inside. Outside them, I Am Me, widest of all, Drucker improving. Towards the back in the early stages, Carrigan Reed, and towards the inside, Som Brazil. Turning out of the back, in the lead is 6:30. Billy Lee by less than a length. Glendor, Colin Keane in 2nd. Drucker, Andy Slattery up on the outside. The grey on the rail is Elusive Duke and Seamus Heffernan. They're followed across towards the straight by Mighty Day, Luke McAteer. Behind them, I Am Me, just nudged along by Gavin Ryan on the rail, Som Brazil and Gary Carroll. And at the back, Carrigan Reed, Dylan Brown, McMonigal as they swing into the straight with 2.5 furlongs to race. 6:30 in the green and white colours with the yellow cap, Glendor. Towards the outside, the grey and red of Drucker. Wider still is I Am Me, making good headway. Behind him, under pressure, Elusive Duke over towards the far side. Carrigan Reed getting into it down the extreme stand side and is swept through to tackle 6:30, the far side. Glendor is between them. Inside the final furlong, fighting it out, Carrigan Reed and Glendor, they go on from 6:30. Less than 100 yards to race. Glendor, Colin Keane on the far side with the narrow advantage will win it from Carrigan Reed 2nd, 6:30, and Mighty Day in 4th.
Another winner for Gerlines and Colin Keane. This horse deservedly gets off his mark, third time of asking. Fran, as you said, especially the last day, he was quite short of room that day, wasn't he? He ran way better than his finishing position suggests at Leopardstown.
On debut as well, and Glendor has done well here today. Had the experience, and when the second range down outside him, Kevin, I think he just outstayed the second, who made a big run.
to me, your first ever winner in those colours.
Yeah.
It must have felt like you conquered the planet when you're riding in those colours, the Mill Reef ones, for your first ever victory.
Oh yeah, the amazing days, Susquehanna days. It was many years ago now, but to wear the Paul Mellon colours and have a winner, and yeah, I was successful in them quite a bit. So, and now,
Okay, let's have a look at the betting one last time before the final 7 or 8 or so load up, and hopefully that will be a formality. Pacquiao 3-1. That's the story of this. Suhub 7-2. There'll be weakness in the others, courtesy of the strength for Pacquiao. Urban Glimpse at 9-2. 5-1. Venezuelan on debut. Family Night 15-2. Victory Sound 11-1. Mersey Island 16-1. Night Step, another to be contracting, but at much bigger odds, and is now 18-1. So altogether, Anthony, lots thrown into the mix.
Loads, Nick, and it only muddies the waters, really. There's money for plenty of these. It's just got a very open look to it from start to finish. If Urban Glimpse can get out and maintain a position and just be in that box seat, I think he could be quite hard to beat. Pacquiao, a debutant from 12, is just always a concern for me, and you're completely at the mercy of what horses on your inside are going to be able to do. It might be that he's able to get a perfect toe into the race. It might be that he has to, Pat Dobbs, sit at the back and take his medicine and use the run to educate him going through. A few of the others to consider. Victory Sound is experienced enough, already has a win to his name as well, which came at Haydock. He can take a hold, so it might be that that Pacquiao, our favourite, is able to tow across should he be going forward. Venezuelan in the Team Valley colours, one of a couple in here looking to give Rob Hornby and Rafe Beckett a double on the evening, with a nice performance earlier from a horse we might be hearing a little bit more about going forward, Jetty's Run, and things didn't go to plan for her from the start as well, but it has the look of that kind of race where you might look back at it in a few months' time and have thrown up plenty of winners. We will see. Right, last one about to go forward. Here's Simon Holt for a wide open feature.
Quamby to make up the line. Once again at the mile start here. One or two a little jittery in the stalls. Quamby halfway in, and now they're set. The Juddmonte EBF Restricted Novice Stakes. And they're off. Venezuelan slow to stride. So was the well-supported Pacquiao from a wide draw. Trails quite badly early on. Victory Sound well away with Suhub, and then on the inside is Mersey Island. They're tracked by Urban Glimpse and Malvino as they cover the first furlong and a half or so. Quamby towards the outside of runners. And then back in the field, Savvy Stella is just being driven along early on. Towards the rear then are Family Night and Premier, and also at the back Night Step and Pacquiao as they run towards the turn out of the back straight, and Suhub now coming through to take over in the Shadwell colours, Kieran Fallon. From in second, Mersey Island, and then Victory Sound Yellow Cap in third, followed by the nose-banded Urban Glimpse. Next is Malvino, about fifth place then. Venezuelan on the inside, Maroon Cap, followed by Savvy Stella, who's been driven along all the way. Quamby next, then Family Night Premier towards the rear, Night Step and Pacquiao, who'll be a good 10 lengths off the pace being set by Suhub as they turn for home. Shadowed in second by Victory Sound. Then in third, Mersey Island on the far side, Urban Glimpse has every chance from there in the noseband. Then Venezuelan, out wide Malvino from Quamby. Further back, Premier now dashing through the field a little bit from Family Night as they run down towards the final furlong and a half. Suhub is hard driven to try and repel the challenge of Victory Sound. Here's Urban Glimpse now, thundering down the outside with Victory Sound, and it's Urban Glimpse who's coming home the strongest as they race up towards the line, and Urban Glimpse and Jason Watson win. From in second, Victory Sound. Suhub might have held third. It's tight. Quamby was staying on well down the outside, and on the inside, Mersey Island.
He looks a nice horse, Urban Glimpse. Wins 9-2 on second start. Jason Watson doing the steering for Andrew Balding. A nice performance. I mentioned before, how much had he learnt from his debut? Well, at the start, potentially not a massive amount. He was once again slow away, but he wasn't rushed up to the same effect.
on Monday over hurdles, and Mehman blinkers on for the first time up to 7.
Yeah, and you know what? He gave himself after a slow start, he actually looked like he got the trip to an extent of the Cur last time. 3 wins here over 5 furlongs, and it'd be interesting to see how he shapes up today. I think he'd love to be drawn low on him, just sneak away behind the pace. Drawn out wide, it just, how do you play it? But he's interesting at this trip. If it was 6, I'd be keen on 7. Still that little question mark about the distance. Stable form, nothing to knock in that department.
Yes, indeed. There's 6 Prisoners Dilemma, went up at 4 or 5 pounds for winning in his most recent. So that was his first win since 2022. Goal exceeded, Fran. I thought that was one that was maybe a little bit overpriced.
Yeah, stable on a good run at present after quite summer as well. Nice winner yesterday, main company for John O'Donoghue as well. On pedigree, would like the surface, and he showed signs of life last time at the Cur as well. So definitely an interesting horse back here today, going around the bend also.
Okay, all in. Let's go to Peter.
And they're off. For the Friday Night Lights handicap over 7, Beauty Bella, the early leader. Prisoners Dilemma towards the inside. Sweetest makes ground up to join them on the outer, with Eddie G and Punk Poet also going forward. As they continue down the far side, Sweetest joined by Punk Poet. They show in front of an improving Little Empire going up on the outside. Behind them, Beauty Bella, Eddie G, the grey Zabir is with them as they turn, having passed the 5 furlong pole. Punk Poet leads from Little Empire. Sweetest on the inside. Zabir is 4th. Beauty Bella next, and then Eddie G and Nicky Swango. Behind them, Prisoners Dilemma. Never Cry Never in mid-division ahead of Not Forgotten. The outside, Goal Exceeded. Rockbury Lad and Free Solo. Memon brings up the rear. They're well strung out as they approach the 3 furlong pole and near the turn in. Punk Poet by a length, with the white cap Little Empire trying to challenge on the outside. Sweetest close up on the inner. The grey to the left is Zabir, and the green colours behind him, Eddie G driven along. Beauty Bella, Prisoner's Dilemma with a white face trying to make headway down the outside, Nicky Swango. But heading on with less than a furlong and a half to race, Little Empire and Punk Poet. Eddie G challenging towards the far side. Zabir, Goal Exceeded coming from the back. Over towards the far side, Rockbury Lad inside the final furlong. Eddie G has come through on the far side to take over from Punk Poet as they go to the line. Eddie G close for the minors between Punk Poet, Little Empire, Goal Exceeded, and Memon staying on.
Yes, another winner for Adam Caffrey in his race to be crowned champion apprentice as well, and yet another winner teaming up with his boss, Aidan McGuinness. A fine season, both the pair of them are having, and Eddie G, of course, Fran, he'd won up here during the winter months, and he's done it well in the line.
Yeah, really good performance, Kevin. Tried getting back on a sound surface here, and he's kept on strongly down towards the inside. Would have hated the ground when the rain came in Listowel last time. 2 starts ago, beaten by Silky, a Galway specialist, and back here in the all-weather, he's kept on strongly. Punk Poet wide draw, broke really well out of gates for Colin Keane, and has run a good race for the minor place as well. Sitting second to him, Little Empire, and down towards the inside, Sweetest, who may well have just got a little tight as Punk Poet crossed into the first bend initially. There goes the heel, and that probably just knocked her off a rhythm as well. Zabir, number 13, the horse for money, to an extent a bigger price this morning. They're sitting 4th, your winner sitting 5th, and on the outer, Nicky Swango. Keep an eye on Mayman, dead last, and the grey Rockbury Lad. Both of them hold up horses, while Mayman, there's a question mark about his 7 furlong trip. He's got a wide draw. Shane Foley needs to get back, get in, and he's given himself every chance of finishing off the race well, as did Rockbury Lad, who travelled strongly down towards the inside here today. Riders not coming hard against Stansted Rail today, bang up the middle for Colin Keane to an extent.
Yes, indeed, and say Mayman has definitely got the trip, Fran, and it opens up more options to him going forward too. He's settled well, he's finished his race off well. Rockbury Lad, in customary fashion with him, he's doing his best work at the end. He'll want stepping back up further in trip. And Goal Exceeded has flown home at the first time cheek piece on, just get up and snatch second in the 9 strides.
Indeed, and Goal Exceed finished off very well. In the main, the pace held up to an extent. Punk Poet, and the eventual second home, of course, Little Empire, third home, was Punk Poet as well. Both them first and second throughout. Eddie G outpaced at this point in time, but he's a strong finisher, keeping on well as well. And Goal Exceed as well, finished off strongly as well late on, Kevin, as well. Looking like he'd actually step up and trip base this performance today. Last run, of course, was at Cur over a mile.
Yes, without doubt, indeed. Another winner for Adam Caffrey's enjoying a fine season. He's got some opportunities of Aidan McGuinness. I think every bar 4 winners, I think they've all been for Aidan, and he's and take a bit of beating in the Apprentice Championship.
Yeah, he's got momentum up with him as well. What have we got? 3 weeks of the season left. Him, Wayne Hassett, James Ryan. And it's going to be a good end of the year with that nip and tug as well. Obviously, Adam had a winner yesterday, Scotland off. Then James Ryan, Wayne Hassett got a winner on London Office Calling, and James Ryan's got a couple of good rides here tonight. So between that and the senior jockey's title, that'll keep us occupied until the first week in November.
Yeah, senior jockey's title as well and truly finished started anyway.
Do you think so? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's no way Billy can catch Colin.
If he'd a good age, he might.
Well, that's it. That's it. He's had a fantastic season, Billy.
Oh yeah, that's what you're saying now.
So he has. We'll have to wait till next year. But there is our winner, Eddie G.
Poor Billy.
Poor Billy. Someday he might learn. And there we go. Eddie G coming back. He's not the biggest in the world, Fran, but he's a good attitude and a will to win.
Yeah, indeed, Kevin. And people may remember he's very well backed on handicap debut last year when the stalls didn't open properly for him. Still feel that pain.
On that note, let's go back to Nick for the full SP.
French Master. So it's not a foregone conclusion. It's between the two of them, but Alamede won't be a pushover.
And it is, we only have the 7, so it's if you fancy one of them to really outrun the odds and upset the front 2, then absolutely fine. But it's not like we're playing for that 3rd place. So is there anything that could trouble the front 2 or not?
I don't think so, not unless one of the newcomers. But having said that, there's been no money for them. Al Naif of John Tady Gosden's other runner, he's had a break for a while. He hasn't run since early in the year when he was disappointed in 2 runs. He's been gelded. It looks between the two, but it's not a foregone conclusion. I wouldn't be surprised if Alamede, if he got an easy run of things in front, Jack Mitchell might just nick it with a bit of a turn of foot.
Okay, let's get to Anthony. And Anthony, it's Martin Dwyer's assertion that Alamede could upset our odds-on favourite. It looks like it's a straight match according to the betting between the pair. Which way do you go?
I'm with French Master, Nick. Short price, no ingenuity to it. I just think Benoit de la Serre, I don't think he's going to let this become a stop-start gallop. That would be absolutely against French Master based on what we saw at Doncaster last time. I thought he looked fit in the paddock of a 98-day layoff, so he's had a bit of a break. But Alamede, for me, he's been quite frustrating. This does look a good opening for him. He is getting weight from a less experienced rival, but I'm just a bit concerned he might just be swept aside by an exciting French Master. Up to Simon.
They're off. 1.5 miles the journey here. As they jumped out of the stalls, Alamede was the slowest to leave the starting team and looks like being held up in these early stages. And it's Al Naif that goes on from Comte de Loire, far side, the favourite French Master in the pink-white sleeves, very handy. And then the filly Assured is on the inside of the Pasda, William Walton and Alamede under restraint at the back of the field as they pass the winning post with a circuit to go in this Unibet more extra place races novice stakes. 1.5 miles the journey, swinging the right-hander. Al Naif leads the way. French Master in 2nd place in the hands of Benoit de la Serre. Followed on the inside by Comte de Loire in the hoop sleeves, a couple of lengths then to the Padster in blue and yellow on the outside of the filly Assured, and then William Walton and finally Alamede. Inside the mile now as they enter the back straight, and Al Naif continues to make it, followed by stable companion French Master, both of these representing John and Thady Gosden. Comte de Loire is 3rd, the Padster 4 out wide of Assured, and then William Walton and finally Alamede. Halfway down the back straight, no changes in the order. Al Naif by about a length to French Master 2nd. The others are closing up now. There's a bit of a fast forward move from Alamede, who moves up on the outside, taking a bit of a hold though there. And could be that Jack Mitchell's a little bit of a passenger going forward. The pace not overly strong. Al Naif, French Master. Alamede is very keen. Then Comte de Loire on the inside, followed by Assured. And then the Padster and William Walton, the big horse at the back of the field. Swinging right-handed, entering the final half mile. Al Naif is almost joined by stable companion French Master. Followed then by Comte de Loire on the inside. 2nd favourite Alamede back in 4th place. 1.5 lengths to Assured. The Padster driven along, and finally William Walton. Turning for home, Al Naif coming under pressure, but so too is French Master in 2nd place, then Comte de Loire and Alamede. Al Naif finding a bit from the front here. Now French Master begins to close him down on the outside, followed by Comte de Loire, then Alamede. Running on a bit is William Walton from the back. French Master readily quickens on by Al Naif now, and inside the final furlong the favourite is stretching away. It's French Master, the son of Frankel, out in front by 5 lengths, 6 lengths to Al Naif. William Walton stays on well in 3rd, but French Master wins easily. Al Naif in 2nd, William Walton in 3rd, and Comte de Loire back in 4th.
to head across towards the half-mile pole is Tokenomics. Tamrat leads with Ferrybank, who's moved over to join him within half a length of the leader. I have a secret just behind him with Blues Emperor in the red and yellow colours. Shigar next with Buccaneer Spirit towards the inside. A length and a half then to September Leaves, Peer Pressure, and still at the back Tokenomics as they turn for home. Tamrat in the black and white colours. Coming there with the white face is Blues Emperor. Just behind him, I have a secret. Shigar in the blue and white. Down the wide outside, Ferrybank. Peer Pressure trying to make headway. Tokenomics trying to come through between horses, but Blues Emperor comes through in the centre. Tamrat over on the far side. Tokenomics trying to challenge. Behind him is Buccaneer Spirit. Inside the final furlong. Blues Emperor, Tokenomics stand side. Tamrat still there over on the far side. Buccaneer Spirit just behind him. Well inside the final furlong. Blues Emperor and Tamrat. Blues Emperor wins it for Johnny Murter, Patrick McGettigan. Tamrat second. Tokenomics third. Buccaneer Spirit and Pied and Peer Pressure in fifth.
Yes, Blues Emperor gives Johnny Murta winner in the card, and young Patrick McGettigan, his third winner of his career. He'll lose the £10 claim after that as well. He's continued to impress, and Blues Emperor, his fourth win of his career. He's been a good servant to Connections, and it's first win of the season as well, Fran.
Yeah, and the pace really held up, Kevin, and down in trip here today, Tamrat, he went along in solid fractions. They're running at mid 11 seconds of furlong. Midpoint of the race, he jumped and travelled strongly in the front end as well for Colin Keane. The eventual winner, Keaton, winning here today at a £10 claim as well. I thought he looked vulnerable to some potential improvers here tonight, but with that £10 claim, it's brought him right down to weights. He got a good gallop to aim out with Tamrat making the running down towards the inside. I have a secret slots in, and Ferrybank, as we often see, is out towards the outside of the field. Tokenomics dead last at this point in time. Buccaneer Spirit sitting just behind the pace in mid-division. Shigar sitting fourth, but for all there was a strong gallop, Tamrat really dragged it out of his rivals down in trip here today, and I think it was to his credit. He kept boxing on strongly, wants to challenge, and headed by the winner, coming back at him at the line, and it's been a really good run by him, well supported in the market. He may well be just finding his niche, maybe down in distance, and good run by him, but the winner gets a well-deserved success. He's very competitive in good handicaps all through the year, gets a nice win here today.
Yes, and Patrick McGettigan, he was aware he wasn't going to let Colin Keane off as well. He sat in his tail turning into the straight. Now, with just at the 2-pole, he starts to throw down his challenge. And credit to Tamrat, he's really dug deep for Colin Keane, hasn't he?
All the way down straight, and once Colin really got stuck into him, whipping his left hand, he's kept on well here today, and as I said, it looks like a good fit from trip-wise here today, and he's really just knuckled down for him as well, but the winner, that weight off him, has found plenty for his rider just to prevail. They all kept complete opposite what we've seen in recent weeks. They're all on the far side of the track today by the end.
Big
probably look to break fairly, but just try and grab a spot in the midfield and bring him through for a late run. The question of all of these races has to be pace and who's going to make it. And like Martin, I couldn't see too many front runners. I think I always think with these 1.5 mile races on the all-weather, 10 furlongs up really, that they can go hammer and tong to the turn, and then there is the potential to drop ankle or at least try and steady the gallop right down. So by the time they're halfway down the back straight, we're starting to make it less of a test over the trip. And for some, I think that would very much suit them. For others, I think it would be a little bit of a worry. It's a very interesting move for Rocket Tommy, who is out just 9 days after winning over 1.3 miles. There's a bit to like about him in the early part of his career, the fact he was unbeaten, of course, and he's shouldering a £5 penalty for that win. The win did look like it had been coming, I thought. Good runs here over course and distance, and at Bath over 1.6 miles preceding his success. He's lightly raced for a 4-year-old with just 8 runs under his belt and 3 wins in that. I thought he was well drawn to grab the box seat near the lead. If he can grab that, then if you took the bigger price about him, you'd be sitting very pretty. Outgun, he's also been a bit of a go in the market. Stall 14 is a question mark for him. It can take some overcoming, but the first 2 furlongs are going to be absolutely crucial for him. And if he can find a passage, I thought he really should be up to that level. It took him an age to get off the mark. And it was at a marginally lower level. It was 0 to 75 and 0 to 78 company tonight. We're probably splitting hairs. But for stall 14, he would potentially need to improve. Martin, if you were a jockey and looking at a race like this where there might not be a lot of forecast pace and you're on a horse like the Glen Rovers, who's probably going to be breaking not necessarily slower, but just maybe a slight step slower than the others and look to be held up, would it be a concern that you might not get the pace to aim at?
Yes, Anthony, of course. The part of a jockey's job is to look at all the form, and I've no doubt Johnny Pete will know there's not much pace in this race. He's still in stall 12, as we can see here. We've got 1.5 furlongs to that first winning post. Johnny's going to want to get out. He will want to be sat in the first 5 in a race of this nature. 13 runners. If the pace slows up, he wants to be close enough. We've seen in the last race, Jack Mitchell on Alamede, he sat last, changed his mind halfway round on the back straight, and it was inevitably his undoing. So it's always better to try and get that early position. I think Johnny Pete, if I was in his position, I'd be trying to race on a straight line to start with, cut across and get in the first 4 or 5.
How Breathless Spirit goes from a low draw as well. Now, unlike a few of these who've had plenty of runs and we know a bit about them, we don't really know too much about this gelding. He's making his handicap debut way up in trip than he's been running over in his qualifying runs. They were all over 1 mile. He ran well in them. He went down narrowly at Chelmsford by half a length and ran better than his SB suggested he might when he wasn't beaten far in his final start in novices, and that was his turf debut at Windsor. He's not bred for this far, but he is starting off on a low mark, and connections clearly feel he's worth a go. And if it wasn't a true test at the trip, then you might well get away with it. It might be what he wants. Horses, it's not as cut and dry as saying the dad did this and the mum did this, so therefore the son or daughter will do that. Maybe they've seen something at home that suggests he's worth trying over this trip immediately, and he's 11 to 1 into 15 to 2. The Glen Rovers now steadied about 3 to 1, having touched as big as 7 to 2. Rocket Tommy opened at 5s into 7 to 2. Thruby around 11 to 2 mark, and Breathless Spirit does catch the eye in the betting. No major support for my colours or yours. The gelding, another one making his handicap debut for Paul and Ollie Cole. Pat Dobbs up there. He's got a lot of changes for this 3-year-old. Wind, gelding, and up in trip as well. And it'll be interesting to see how he manages to go. Kaya Fraser looking for a double on the night. Thruby is bidding to do exactly that. Hat-trick up of his own. Up to Simon.
Last one then, 1.5 miles, the Unibet More Boosts and More Races handicap. And they're away. The Grey Fox dwells slightly. Beginning well, Thruby, far side yellow sleeves with A-Cal going forward and Rocket Tommy. And then Wootton's Jewel, and towards the near side in the cheek pieces is Ocean Heights as they race in front of the stands. Very wide is Outgun, Jaramillo, close up in the noseband for the owners group, and then behind those is My Colours or Yours in yellow sleeves from Wootton's Jewel and A-Cal, and then behind those is Breathless Spirit. The Glen Rovers is about fourth last in these early stages on the inside, followed by Carpathian, and then Met Office and Grey Fox at the tail of the field. Up front, it's Ocean Heights and Thruby. These two now disputing it and almost joined by Jaramillo on the outside, just joining Thruby. They're followed by Rocket Tommy, and then My Colours or Yours and A-Cal and Breathless Spirit and Met Office to the outside. Back in the field then is the Glen Rovers towards the inner still, just behind Outgun. And then out the back, Wootton's Jewel and also Carpathian and Grey Fox. Heading along the back straight, halfway down the back straight. And Ocean Heights on the outside of Thruby, Jaramillo right there, wide of these from Rocket Tommy. Then My Colours or Yours, yellow sleeves towards the outside of the pink jacketed A-Cal. Then in a white cap is Breathless Spirit. The Glen Rovers is now off the running rail, trying to maybe get a bit of a better run. Out wide of the field is Outgun, followed out wide by Wootton's Jewel, Carpathian and Grey Fox remain at the tail as they swing on right-handed now and head towards the 4 furlong marker. And Ocean Heights continues to make it. Jaramillo in second, Thruby on the inside, and then Tommy, followed by My Colours or Yours and A-Cal around the inside. The white cap getting closer to the leaders now. Driven along is Met Office, then the Glen Rovers. Back on the outside is Outgun, followed up the inside by Grey Fox, making a bit of ground from Carpathian. And then My Colours or Yours and Wootton's Jewel towards the back of the field. And Jaramillo has faded away as Rocket Tommy now comes through to show into the lead from Breathless Spirit. The Glen Rovers down the outside, then Thruby, and Met Office far side. It's Breathless Spirit wearing away at Rocket Tommy. Glen Rovers needs to find a little bit more, and Breathless Spirit in the white cap is proving too strong. Breathless Spirit and George Wood going on to score. From his second, Rocket Tommy, the Glen Rovers back in third. Then Met Office, Thruby and Grey Fox.
Handicap debutant Breathless Spirit has got off the mark on his first start in this sphere, and a nice performance from Rocket Tommy and the favourite, the Glen Rovers. Breathless Spirit, ridden by George Wood for Harry Eustace. Had a good draw, got a good spot in a race that was run at your typical 1.5 mile all-weather race. They went fairly hard to the turn. It slackened right down to 13.5 second furlongs in the back straight, and they wound it up from around about the 4 pole. The sectionals started to get that little bit quicker, and he was in a good position. The Glen Rovers has ranged up as though he's coming to win the race. And if you were wondering whether Breathless Spirit stayed, well, on this evidence, he certainly did. Well, of course he did, he won, but he was up against a horse in the Glen Rovers who has proven form over middle distances, and he's gone right away from them. He's got a turn of foot. Others in the race, they probably don't quite have that capability, and he's come away really nicely in the end. No excuses for Rocket Tommy. Broke nicely, got a good position, was in the perfect position to strike, has run a good race, but might well have bumped into one. They might well have bumped into one because he was completely unexposed coming into this. All of his racing done over 1 mile so far, had shown promise on the all-weather prior to turning up here, and it's teased out his best performance to date, and he has opened his account at the first attempt in this sphere. Thruby never far away under Kaya Fraser, was close enough if good enough, ultimately not quite there. You can see Kaya bringing him through for the challenge, but not this evening as it stands. Looking for those at the back. Carpathian was with a decent enough challenge, but has probably just been found wanting and didn't arrive in the best of form. But Breathless Spirit, he was the unknown quantity, Nick, coming into this. George Woods, I thought, was giving this a really good ride. Harry Eustace in the winners once again. Did he stay? Yes, he did.
And look, at some point he will pop up, I think, but this trip will be his minimum.
Okay, he will be the last in. Let's get up to Peter for the 5th time.
All locked away. And they're off. In the William Hill Top Price Guarantee Apprentice Handicap, open abbreviated mile and 3. A little slow to go, Ariana, and along with Glide Ranger at the back of the field. But as they head into the first turn, Cognac with Del Posto up on the outside, tracking them around the inner as Academy winner. Alongside that one, disputing the third spot is Endless Pursuit as they head away from the stands. Cognac with the yellow cap on the inside, Paddy Harnett. Alongside is Del Posto, Julian Pietro Paolo. They're tracked by Endless Pursuit. Scott McCullough the outside on the inner. And the blue is Academy winner Daniel King. Just about a length and a half away then to, in 5th position, Harseva towards the outside under Hugh Horgan. The inside in white and green is Wishes and Dreams. Jamie Powell, then the blue and white of Dancing Steve and Adam Caffrey in mid-division, followed down the far side by Albion Princess towards the inner. As they continue on to the 6 furlong point, not much to choose between Del Posto and Cognac, followed by Endless Pursuit and the inside Academy winner, Harseva shading the 5th spot over Wishes and Dreams, and they're followed by Dancing Steve. Albion Princess is next, followed to the far turn by Inchiquin Maid. On the outside of that one is Maxwell Smart, and then Ariana, Church Mountain towards the back with Low and Grin and Glide Ranger. Heading across on the approach to the straight, nearing the half-mile pole, Cognac on the inside, narrow leader alongside with the noseband and headgear Del Posto. They're tracked across by Academy winner on the inside of Endless Pursuit. Length and a half away then to Harseva, trying to make ground around the outside in the green and yellow colours, is Maxwell Smart. As they straighten up, 2.5 to race, Cognac, Del Posto. Behind them towards the inside, Academy winner. Down the centre, Endless Pursuit with a white cap. In the firing line, Wishes and Dreams. Down the outside, Harseva. Wider still, under pressure, Maxwell Smart. But spread across the track as they head to the furlong pole. Cognac still out in front. Glide Ranger coming through over on the far side. Dancing Steve out in the centre of the course. Academy winner trying to challenge between horses, and down the near side, Church Mountain has come through. Less than 100 yards to race, and Church Mountain is swept from the back to win it. Church Mountain from Cognac close for third. Glide Ranger far side, near side, Dancing Steve.
Yes, Church Mountain, he was disappointing yesterday. Thurles makes a quick turnaround. Comes with a late swoop down the outside to win our 5th race in the hands of Jack Carney for Dennis Hogan in the colours of Joseph Kelly.
Yeah, do you know what, Kevin? In recent starts, bar yesterday, he's been looking like at this stage of his career he's crying out for a step up and trip. He got it here today and he's proved a ready winner as well, and was held up towards the back along with Glide Ranger, who finished off well. Ariana, a little bit slowly out of gates, but that's her style of race, and being held up down towards the inside in the green colours. And Cognac making all, or attempted to make all, ran a cracker, the yellow cap on the front end.
Yeah, ran a cracker indeed for Kieran Cotter and Paddy Hartnett. Didn't look like they went overly quick. Del Posto sitting up sides, Endless Pursuit in the green colours, sitting back on the outside, and Fort Harseva in behind. Their eventual winner is third last turning into the straight, along with Glide Ranger, who's run an absolute cracker.
Real injection of pace at the 4 furlong marker. Cognac began to step things up here, trying to get a break in the field, and Endless Pursuit in the white cap was the one that was travelling well at this point in time, having tracked the pace throughout. Down towards the near side, the eventual winner is getting going. I thought Ariana, when she's making a weaving run through the field in the green and yellow colours down towards the right of shot, she was going to pick up her effort, flatten out to an extent. Glide Ranger down towards the inside, that high head carriage, having a look at things, but he's run on well as well. But the momentum is up with the winner, and in the middle as well, Dancing Steve, who travelled well on the run. A good run by him as well. Good win by the winner as well, spread across the track, and the eventual second ran a really good race at the front end as well.
Yes, Jack Carney, fresh from a winner over jumps. Of course, riding predominantly over jumps now, but still good value in these apprentice races and that. And when he can claim off the top weights on the flat as well, he's starting to make a name for himself over jumps.
Yeah, good to see. Obviously, last few months he's been riding over jumps. Last 6-8 months he's been riding over jumps, I suppose, with Gavin Cromwell.
Yeah, basically with Cavan, and I think he's 2 days maybe in King Collins as well.
Very good, and yeah, as you said, a nice winner at Galway during the week as well. Nice winner here tonight at flat. Good to keep your hand in as well. It's a transition period, obviously it's going to take time to find your feet on the jumping game as well, get a bit of experience. You've seen him, the likes of Jake Cohen, a couple of lads that we see at Dundalk the last couple of years progressed as the weight went to jumps, and it often takes a year to 18 months just for them to get the experience, get going as well. So to be able to ride away in the flat a little bit in between those times will do the likes of Jack the world of good.
5th win of his career. Church Mountain, he comes later on to get up in the night. Connacht, of course, who sat prominently throughout to land our 5th race of the evening, Nick.
Left on, and that can often mean he's slowly away and he's drawn in stall 13. Trust me, over 7 furlongs, drawn 13 in a handicap like this, if you're slowly away, you've got a mountain to climb. I'm not sure what Jason Watson will intend to do. So there are risks attached with him, and there are other horses in the race that have got good enough form, some of it back form. I'm really interested in Roger Varian's run, A Midnight Dream.
Okay.
Showed promising maidens. He was second to Night Raider at Suddle. And I know he was beaten 9 lengths that day, but the third horse is now rated 98. He was beaten favourite on his handicap.
For stall 13 is going to be quite tricky for him to find a spot. He was held up in midfield at Newcastle last time. I'm interested to know what Jason Watson, what plan A will be for him. Does he try and negate it, and does he try and go forward and try and grab a prominent spot, or does he take his medicine early and hope there's a bit of pace on? We will see. You have to note the money coming for Having a Touch. Rob Hornby now a jockey change up for John Butler. But Having a Touch, he has attracted support in the past, and he's come close, but he hasn't quite managed to get there. He's on an unchanged mark of 65. That was a good run last time at Kempton. There's no denying behind King of Fury, in a race that King of Fury was able to set his own fractions and make all. And Havana Touch, who can be a bit keen, he pulled on Luke Morris's arms, and he just wasn't quite able to get his head in front over the mile. They're dropping back to 7. Course and distance he goes well over. I can see the case, and the money is coming for him. There's Stacey Racy. She ran down Airshow, broke Air Show's heart last time. Airshow, a horse who regularly goes to the front, sets his stall out, and is a sitting duck, and ultimately he was by the narrowest of margins last time with Stacey Racy. She's bidding to follow up. Of just £2 high, handicapper couldn't do too much for that win, and for connections that took the London Mile Series final as well with Whitcomb Rockstar. A great day for all concerned there. Stacey Racy well drawn too. Dynamic Talent in there. I think he's too high in the handicap. That's reflected in his price. Al Jazeera, he promised plenty in the early part of his career, but things just haven't gone to plan for that. Didn't kick on. And he is a big price. You can see open 40s out to 50 to 1. Kitab is 11 to 4 and quite solid. Havana Touch 5 to 1 into 100 to 30. Midnight Stream 9 to 2. I can see the case. He wouldn't be my type of horse, but he's unexposed, and he's surely better than he showed at Thirst last time. My Cliff Horse Artisan in at 6. Jazzy Angel, the latecomer, out of the paddock, 7 to 1. King of Ithaca, 9 to 1. You can make a case for King of Ithaca, definitely each way. He's been holding the form quite well, and he's an interesting contender, but there's so many in here that you can give a chance to. That's why I'm prepared to take on the favourite with Artisan and hope he gets a good trip and finally gets his head in front. He is a 6 to 1 chance, so I think he's usually one for your place pot, just whether he can get his head in front in a race like this. 12 to 1 and then a gap to 28 to 1 in the betting probably tells you what you need to know. Capote's Dream, generally known as a 6 furlong soft ground horse, I should say. But he did open up options with that third over 7 furlongs at Epsom in August. One more to go forward, that's Boson. We'll get up to Simon Holt in the commentary box for the penultimate.
Boson about to go in for this Try Unibet's improved bet builder handicap, and in. They're set. And they're off. A very slow to go Dynamic Talent, not at all dynamic from the stalls, trails badly. Stacey Racy is well away on the inside. Pink Seas Arctician tends to go forward, but now goes on into the lead from Capote's Dream in the headgear and red jacket. Havana touches close up the grey. On the outside then, Jazzy Angel, followed out wide by Safari Dream. Back on the inside to Royal Parade, who's followed through by Boson in a dark blue cap round the inside alongside Kitab. Midnight Stream is in the leading 7 or 8 as they run now towards the final half mile. Looking in the second half of the field, Safari Dream towards the inside. Kitab is out wider, then Al Jazeera towards the back of the field with King of Ithaca, and also at the back is Havana Rama, and trying to catch up is the slow starting Dynamic Talent. Homeward bound, Arctician from Capote's Dream, Stacey Racy, Havana Touch and Royal Parade over on the far side. They're chased then by Boson, Midnight Stream, Jazzy Angel making ground on the outside, dark blue jacket, Havana Rama, orange cap on the far side. Now here comes Kitab through the pack, blue and red colours. Kitab
are making up ground quickly. It's Arctician from Stacey Racy. Far side Havana Rama. Kitab still running on with Havana Touch on the outside. Midnight Stream. Arctician is all out from Stacey Racy as they race up towards the line. Arctician. Stacey Racy. Kitab flying between runners. And then behind those Havana Touch and Midnight Stream, Capote Stream and Havana Rama.
He doesn't win often, but Artician was well handicapped on what he'd shown previously. 6-1 if you kept the faith. Paddy Bradley controlling things from the front for Simon Dow. I say controlling things, this was run at an honest tempo, around 12-second furlongs and even less at some points, but he clearly saved a bit up front. And Kitab has flown through the pack, as Simon said in commentary. Stacey Racy was close enough, if good enough, only up £2 for the win last time. Havana Touch, once again, has run a creditable race, has only just been run out of things late out of the three. But it is Artician. It's good to see him have his day. He runs here plenty. He needs everything to drop right, and he wasn't hassled on the lead, which I think was probably the winning and losing of this race for him. He's won, prior to this, he was 4 from 44, so that probably tells you that next time he might not be a good thing to follow this up, and the handicapper will act accordingly. But sometimes, especially with these handicaps, Nick, you just need the right opportunity for them, and this evening was the evening for Arctician. He's back in the winner's enclosure, and my Cliff horse, well, he reigns supreme. He's back in the winner's enclosure, Artician. Some of us have had to wait a while. I'd imagine none more Southern connections. 6-1 winner in the end for Paddy Bradley, who we'll catch up with very shortly. Good run in behind from the other two. They give a bit of credence to this form, but I think just being allowed to be unhassled on the front end has probably helped him out. If he wasn't well handicapped, you probably wouldn't have seen that result, though. A writer of a mark of 70, and it's really good to see that he's been able to get his head in front for a 5th time in his career. Paddy Bradley taking the plaudits, and we'll walk in with him now. Paddy, very well done.
how key was getting an uncontested lead?
Connections there as well. Does he have the scope of one or two others here at this stage of his career? Maybe not, but he's working his way back to a good level of form. Strong traveller. He can often be keen in his younger days. Be interested to see what he does here today. He's got the hood on, the rug on, all the equipment, and Shane Foley knows him particularly well as well.
He does indeed. And Sam Fran got off the mark on its 7th or 8th time of asking, penultimate start. That was over the extended mile and a quarter here, and then finished 4th then behind Ridez at Dundalk in a handicap, and steps back up in trip today for the second time.
Yeah, got a freebie when he won here, didn't get taken on for lead. He did last time. He's got the ability, but he's a sulk if he gets taken on.
All in and set. And they're off in race 6. The Halloween midterm racing at Dundalk Handicap, over a mile and a half, heading up the straight. Sam over towards the inside. Squire Danaher in the centre, towards the outside in the quartered colours Burn Song, just ahead of No Say Ever, and then the red and white of Lady Lunette, and towards the inside is Shazan. As they head up to pass the judge, Sam going along in front for Jack Cleary by a length, Squire Danaher in second, Billy Lee, No Say Ever. On the inside, Shane Foley sharing third spot with Burn Song and James Ryan. Then Shazan, Colin Keane, the top weight on the inside of Lady Lunette. Dylan Brown McMonigal as they head away from the stands, heading for the turn at the mile point that brings them into the back straight. Sam on the inside in the blue, Squire Danaher within a length. No Say Ever close in behind with Burn Song. The final pair still, Shazan just ahead of Lady Lunette. As they head down the far side with less than a mile to race, Sam going on by over a length now to Squire Danaher. No Say Ever a definite third. 4th on the outside is Burn Song, a little over a length away to Shazan last but one. Lady Lunette brings up the rear as they head on to the midway point in the back straight. Sam by a length to Squire Danaher. The inside No Say Ever tracks them with Burn Song to his outside. Shazan just over a length away with, on the outside of that one, Lady Lunette as they continue on to the 5 furlong point. Sam and Jack Cleary to Squire Danaher, the favourite, Billy Lee on the outside with the green cap. Black and white on the inside, No Say Ever, Shane Foley, with also in black and white in the quarters, Burn Song, James Ryan, a length and a half then to Shazan, Colin Keane, just ahead of Lady Lunette, Dylan Brown McMonigal as they turn. Head for the straight, now 3.5 furlongs to race. Sam still out in front, stretching on a couple of lengths in front, Squire Danaher second. No Say Ever on the inside of Burn Song, and Shazan and Lady Lunette still at the back as they swing in. Sam in the lead, Squire Danaher pushed along now trying to close. No Say Ever driven, Burn Song towards the left, Shazan trying to make headway down the far side, and behind them Lady Lunette as they continue on to the furlong and a half point, and Sam still leads. Squire Danaher, Lady Lunette coming through, Shazan over towards the far side, past the furlong pole. Sam, Squire Danaher challenging stand side, Lady Lunette over on the inner. Well inside the final furlong, Squire Danaher coming to tackle Sam. They'll fight it out as they go to the line. Squire Danaher just from Sam, Lady Lunette third, followed in by Burn Song and Shazan.
Yes, a very happy co-presenter here. You all right, Fran? Yeah, spit up that sweet that nearly swallowed there. You didn't give Pat Fork as good a ride.
Well, I spent most evenings slagging off Sam, and he was nearly going to cost me money there. So, all credit to Jack Cleary in front on the eventual second.
Peach of a ride.
Did not deserve to be beaten. He went along at the 4 furlong marker, 14:06 seconds per furlong. The 5th, 13:43. 7th furlong, 12:62, and then he went whoosh. He got everything off the bridle and barred the winner, who was the only one able to sit second. He got outpaced Squire Danaher, but you just got the feeling if he got close to him, he'd grind him down. But Sam, to his credit, at this trip here today with the £7 claim, kept finding that bit more, but the winner just ground him down late on. He's 4 from 7 in the all-weather. Squire Danaher, he looked well in the ring. Don't think the race really run suitable. Crucially, he was placed better than much of the horse in the race to keep tabs on the eventual second. Lady Lunette ran a much better race here today. She's finished off a race in far better fashion than she has done on a couple of occasions. And No Say Ever too keen. Shazan too keen, probably to a point, inconclusive perhaps to a point about a trip as well. But all credit to the second. He's done well, and unfortunately get beaten by a horse in the toughest game, Square Danner, who's just ground him down late on as well. And yeah, good win.
Very good win, a very good ride by the second jockey, Jack Clear. He got the fraction spot on. He just had Billy in a little bit of trouble here, didn't he, when he's kicked off the bend. Squire Danner has been caught a little bit on pace for a couple of strides.
I'd say Jack Clear is one of the most improved apprentices
Side and out a bit wider, keeping on only at the one pace, Yosemite Gold. Further back to Billy No Mates in fourth. It is Open Secret under Connor Beasley by 2.5 lengths over Gibbside and David Allen, who continue to give chase. They're not bridging the gap just yet. Open Secret holding Gibbside on the run to the line, and Open Secret will break his duck. Open Secret is the winner. Gibbside another honourable run.
Out in front as Knight Templar has moved through for Tom Marquand again to lead Fala More, Easy Dancer and Animato as they enter the final furlong, and it's Knight Templar out in front by over a length from Fala More. Animato nothing coming from the back, and Knight Templar will make it a hat-trick for Tom Marquand. This one for Robert Stevens. Fala More second, Easy Dancer.
Zoran giving chase over his Mole Arthur. He's got 3 lengths to find. Motazen now back in third. Master Grey about to go into fourth as they work inside the final furlong. It is Zoran with Mole Arthur chasing with each and every stride, but Zoran has got this sewn up, and off top weight Zoran goes on to win the last under Oisin Murphy. Zoran the winner from Mole Arthur in
On the outside, Basilette is plugging on. Travanco backing out of it. Still in there with a chance is Hawk Jet. Apostles rider Jack Gilligan has lost his cap. She's going to have to dig in a little bit here because Grey Owl continues to pester. So too does stablemate Hawk Jet on the inside. Grey Owl is getting to Apostle. Grey Owl and David Probert winning the battle here, running close to the finish. And
Side and out a bit wider, keeping on only at the one pace, Yosemite Gold. Further back to Billy No Mates in fourth. It is Open Secret under Connor Beasley by 2.5 lengths over Gibbside and David Allen, who continue to give chase. They're not bridging the gap just yet. Open Secret holding Gibbside on the run to the line, and Open Secret will break his duck. Open Secret is the winner. Gibbside another honourable run.
Out in front as Knight Templar has moved through for
Very well supported, but it took him a while, and while he might have found the winning thread now, I think there's value to take him on elsewhere. Behind is number two, Super Jack. He needs to refine the kind of form that he did from a couple of seasons ago, and he's another one, like our favourite Open Secret in fairness, who was yet to win on the all-weather, but with Super Jack, he's 0 from 8, whereas Open Secret is 0 from 3. Heading down afterwards, Come On Kenny, he won over course and distance. And not too long ago, Kieran Fallon up for the first time for Ian Williams. He doesn't mind coming off a slow pace or a strong pace from the back. He just needs to find a bit more form, but he has been coming down in the handicap as a result. Hawk Jet behind him as well, another one who just needs that little bit extra because she has yet to have the winning thread and hasn't really looked like doing in recent times either. And the one we'll just follow on the way out, who will be the last to leave the paddock, is Mole Arthur. Kaya Fraser looking for another winner on the night, claiming 3 for Brett Johnson. He knows this place like the back of his hand. Course and distance performances are plenty, but he just comes into here. I can see why Open Secret is a shorter price, because if Mole Arthur is the main market rival, you wouldn't say he's particularly well handicapped necessarily. He's well handicapped to run his race, but he's had lots of chances at this point, and he remains 1 from 12. So 1 from 12 short price favourite and a 1 from 12 second favourite as well. Probably gives you an idea of the index of this final race. It's over 2 miles, longest trip of the night, and it'll see off the 9 races.
time ahead of their last race. It is Open Secrets race, according to the market, 8 to 11. 7 to 2, Mole Arthur. Come on, Kenny, 8 to 1. 11's and bigger the rest. Anthony, all yours for the last.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, he's been really well supported, Open Secret. Now, it took him a long while to get off the mark, but clearly punters feel that 6 days on, he'll be able to transfer that form that he showed when finally, belatedly getting off the mark at the 12th attempt at Redcote on soft ground to 2 miles on the all-weather. He's yet to win on the all-weather. It's a small sample size, admittedly, and the last time he was on the all-weather, it was at Lingfield, and he was a short price favourite over a trip that is likely going to prove to be inadequate in time. So he retains potential as a stay-out. Would I take the short price about him? I would be looking elsewhere. I'm looking at Come On Kenny personally, because I think being back here over this test will suit him, having not cut much mustard in recent starts. Mole Arthur has had plenty of opportunities at this rate as well. He, like the favourite, is 1 from 12. And by and large, a lot of the rest of them have something to prove. Knight Templar's a big price on what he's achieved. 2 from 2 after leaving Sir Mark Prescott's yard from 9 grand for Robert Stevens. He's a likeable type, and he might just have a little bit more to offer in this, in a race that hasn't got a massive amount of depth to it. It's our longest race of the night. It's a London Stayers Series qualifier, and the well-backed favourite will be the last in with. Oh, thanks. It's up to Simon Holt for the last.
Thank you, Anthony. They're set. For this, the BetAtRacingTV.com handicap, and away they go. Come on, Kenny, a little tardy away from the stalls, and he's stoked along for a few strides by Kieran Fallon. Open Secret is prominent, with also Hawk Jet, and apart from the others is Knight Templar in the very early stages, and it's Hawk Jet that goes on into the lead from Open Secret, the favourite second. Now coming across is Knight Templar as they run round this turn. Mole Arthur in the blue cap in 4th place, on the outside of the white blaze Super Jack the grey Come On Kenny, and in the yellow the mare Wilderness at the rear of the field. So running towards the home straight for the first time in this 2-mile test, and it's Hawk Jet who leads the way. To Open Secret in second. Good chance here for Jack Mitchell to get a double on the card after his earlier win on Spherical. On the inside, Knight Templar, who's bidding for a 3rd straight win for new trainer Robert Stevens. Then Mole Arthur and Kaya Fraser, who won on Help Me Rhonda a little bit earlier on. Super Jack on the inside of Mole Arthur. The last 2, Come On Kenny and Wilderness. Racing now towards the judge with just over a circuit to go. Hawk Jet and Open Secret with his £6 penalty for winning at Redcar. Then on the inside, Knight Templar and Rob Hornby, who won on Jetty's run earlier. Mole Arthur, Super Jack, Come On Kenny and Wilderness. Heading away from the grandstand then and onto the back straight. When they turn into the back, they'll be roughly at halfway with a mile to run. And it's Hawk Jet that continues to cut out the pace from Open Secret in second. Knight Templar is third, then Mole Arthur and Super Jack, Come On Kenny and Wilderness. On down the back now, only be about 7, maybe 8 lengths first to last, and it's Hawk Jet that continues to make it. Shadowed in second by Open Secret. On the inside, Knight Templar, Mole Arthur, Come On Kenny now taking closer order. A bit of a move down the outside from Come On Kenny, goes up to join Hawk Jet, and Come On Kenny into the lead, sent by Kieran Fallon. Probably unhappy with the sluggish pace, and Come On Kenny is out in front now, past Coulson Distance winner, upping the ante from Open Secret in second. Hawk Jet back in third on the inside from Knight Templar, Mole Arthur, Wilderness and Super Jack. So about to turn out of the back straight, and Come On Kenny with a 2.5 length lead from Open Secret. Hawk Jet on the inside, then Knight Templar, Mole Arthur, Super Jack. Wilderness is now ridden along inside the final half mile. Come On Kenny giving a bit of an enterprising ride here, leads the way by 3 lengths now as they round the turn with 3 furlongs left to cover. Come On Kenny out clear from Hawk Jet. Open Secret on the outside of Hawk Jet, then Knight Templar now being woken up, followed by Super Jack improving on the far far rail. Mole Arthur out wide, Wilderness. Down the home run, Come On Kenny is coming back to them now. Hawkjet rallying far side out wide. Mole Arthur is staying on with Knight Templar. Knight Templar going for the hat-trick. They race on inside the final furlong. Is Come On Kenny worn down by Knight Templar and Mole Arthur. Come On Kenny is stretching his neck, but Knight Templar's going to be just too strong as they race to the line. Knight Templar near side gets the hat-trick from Come On Kenny, Mole Arthur and Super Jack.
Knight Templar 3 from 3 for Robert Stevens. Well done to Connections. Very rare that you improve a horse from Sir Mark Prescott's yard. Well, they picked him up cheaply and he retains his unbeaten record. From Come On Kenny, Kieran Fallon, he almost got away with it. A fine ride in defeat on Come On Kenny, who clearly wasn't happy at the back. He was sent on down the back straight, made it a proper test. That's probably, unfortunately for his Connections, played into Knight Templar's hands because he looked like a stayer in his runs over 1.5 miles at Foss Lass and at Haydock last time. And switching to the all-weather, he's had a good pace to aim at. It's taken a while. Come On Kenny really looked for the taking at this point. Open Secret has proved a disappointment, hasn't been able to back up that performance from 6 days ago. Perhaps this came too soon. Time will tell, but he's been readily left behind by 3. Mole Arthur has had every chance. Here we go. Knight Templar confirmed. Come On Kenny on the far side in second, and Mole Arthur filling a minor money spot, as he often has. In fact, where he ranged up, Mole Arthur looked like the one who was going to take full advantage. But Knight Templar, what a plucky type he is. Is half gelding. Not too many of those knocking about, and not too many of those knocking about over trips this far as well. But the step up to 2 miles has opened up plenty more options. He was up to 72 now, having joined the yard on 62. So a £10 higher mark than when he first joined. Has been no barrier to success. He's a very likeable type. You really feel for Come On Kenny, but you fancy he'll have his day probably back here. Maybe just that little jink under pressure has been the difference, Nick. Nine races here at Kempton Park, done and dusted. As ever, a marathon, not a sprint, but we've seen some really nice horses in the interim as well. Notably, Jetty's Run, who took Division 2 of the Fillies Novice Stakes.
ride. Paloma is going to have to sprout wings from there, and
Thank you.
Yes, thanks, guys. Natural Ruler strong at the top of the market. Johnny Martin bidding for a double. Colin Keane also bidding for a double. After winning our second race of the afternoon in Gwindor for his Boss Airlines.
Yeah, indeed, and Kevin stepping back up and trip for this horse. He beat Lady Doris, who's actually runs in listed company on Sunday at Naas, and when he beat her, she went on to win the Ulster Oaks in good style. Subsequent to that, he's back at a mile and a half today. Very good return to action after a time off the track when he was third here last week to Ridas. He looked like he improved. He shows he handled the surface. He likes the sound surface. You can definitely see the angle with him as a 3-year-old getting the weight for age off his rivals here as well. £6 he gets from number 5, Miss Paloma, the likes of that.
Yes, and Miss Paloma, obviously, her form of her last run, the tactical run affair, really took the boost in her last race with Squire Danner, who she finished a length and a half behind that day, has come out and got up and denied Sam to beat our winner last race.
Yeah, exactly. The form is there as well, and she proved on that occasion that she can back up her runs. It was a bit inconclusive last year when she won, got beat and came back after a break and won again, and she kept on well behind Squire Danner on that occasion. Billy Lee takes over today. She's drawn in towards the rail and stall tree. I think she's got upside to her rating, and if backing up the run again 21 days on from that second place, she should be very, very competitive here as well. Mentioned a Squire Danner, Andy Oliver, he just caught up with him an extra there. Altesse Blanche, money for that one, but he didn't sound overly confident today, just on the first handicap start.
Yes, indeed. Has progressed with each run. Another one that comes into it, Fran's handicap debut and Pearl Jewel. Cracking run behind, that was the first run since May when just beat by Sam the last time.
Yeah, I travelled well, sat second throughout on that occasion, but kept the winner of Pam honest all the way down the inside, down to the line down the occasion as well. Interesting type on the same mark, Kevin.
All locked away. Off and racing. In the finale, the Christmas Party Nights at Dundalk book now handicap 1.5 miles the trip, heading up the straight. Warrior Line prominent in the centre in green and white. Near side Natural Ruler, Miss Paloma there in the centre, and over on the rail is Pearl Jewel. As they continue up in front of the stands, the green and white colours of Warrior Line, Pearl Jewel over on the inner. They're tracked by an improving Tiding down the outside. Inside that one, Miss Paloma, and they're followed into the turn by Bright and Shine. Alongside Bright and Shine is Natural Ruler, followed around the turn by Timorrid between horses on the rail, Slow Down Barney. Wide of them, Street Mentor. As they continue away, Altesse Blanche is next, ahead of Pro League Prince. Trethorn, last but one at this stage, More Speed, and bringing up the rear is Eastmore as they pass the mile pole and head down the far side. Not much now to choose between Warrior Line and on the inside, close second Pearl Jewel. Within a length is Miss Paloma, just over a length away then to Bright and Shine towards the inside. Alongside that one, Natural Ruler. The outside in sixth spot is Tiding. And they're followed midway down the back by Timorrid. The inside, the black and white of Slow Down Barney as they continue on with less than 6 furlongs to race. Warrior Line, Gavin Ryan in the lead. From Pearl Jewel, Gary Carroll towards the inside. Close third, Miss Paloma and Billy Lee. And they're tracked by Bright and Shine, Adam Caffrey on the inside. Sharing fourth spot, Natural Ruler, Colin Keane are on the outside, Tiding and Chris Hayes. And they're followed across by Timorrid, Daniel King towards the inside. Then the grey and red of Street Mentor and Andy Slattery. as they continue across with 3.5 to race. Warrior Line still in front. Pearl Jewel on the inside. Miss Paloma poised on the outer. Tracked in by Bright and Shine. Improving Natural Ruler with the white sleeves. Around the outside is Tiding. This 6 chased by Timurid. Behind Timurid, Street Manor as they head up the straight, nearing the 2 furlong pole. Warrior Line with Miss Paloma coming there, stand side with the red sleeves. Coming under pressure is Natural Ruler over towards the right, staying on Bright and Shine, but running to the furlong pole. Warrior Line, Natural Ruler, and on the near side, Miss Paloma. They fight it out. Inside the final furlong, Natural Ruler far side, Miss Paloma near side between the Warrior Line. Behind them, Bright and Shine, but Natural Ruler with the advantage as they go to the line. It's doubles in the night for Colin Keane and Johnny Murta. Natural Ruler beat Warrior Line. Close for third, Bright and Shine, and Miss Paloma.
Yeah, it's been a good night for Johnny Murta's second winner of the evening. Well back to the top of the market. Natural Ruler, of course, wins in the colours of OTI Racing. His second win of his career, of course, following up